Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen, on this very fine Friday? Hope you're doing well, hope you all are excited for the weekend. First and foremost, the first one in today, none other than Fuzzlings. Second place we have Coutinho, and third we technically have Vintage, but officially we have Cheetah. I think I need to make it so that the check-in redeem actually counts for the in the early bird ranking or whatever. Something we should look into at some point. Other than that, we also have Spectacular coming in. Good to see you, mate. We have Luasoft in here. We have Great Grievance, Dark Muppeteer. How you doing, guys? Welcome in. Fuzzlings with the 10 stream streak, and Luasoft with the 10 stream streak as well. Thank you very much, guys. Wakacha, good to have ya. Busy? Do you have a lot to do, Codin? I'm doing quite well. I've continued to basically plan out the full game content. I've been spending a lot of time just like thinking about the game, which is a little bit annoying because it's very much needed, but it doesn't feel like you're progressing. Like, I know logically that I am, right? Because I am making more of a plan going forward, but it's still the whole thing where it feels like you don't have like anything concrete to show from it, so it feels like I'm not making progress, but I know logically that it is a very important thing to do, and I'm feeling quite good about the general plan, both in terms of story and actual content and flow through the game. Also, we have been getting a few more reviews on the demo, which is very fun to see. Currently sitting at 73 reviews on the demo. We are 27 away from 100. Fucking amazing, mate, isn't it? If anyone hasn't, of course, made sure to go and check out the demo. Make sure to wishlist the game as well. Very much appreciated. As I heard clapping the fly from the demo, why didn't you use this for it? Wait, you mean that this would be the sound effect when you do it?
Nice.
That would actually, unironically, be very funny. Busy at work, wouldn't mind to be busy at my game. Hope I can do something there during the holiday weeks, yeah. Also want to play games. I know the feeling, man. It's a struggle. Like, I did not expect that game development would take over, like, my time playing games the way it did. But it's really gotten to the point where it's like, I almost don't play games anymore. Like, I easily spend 15 times more of my time making games now, which I do think makes sense in some regard, right? Because, like, I would probably go as far as to say that I actually enjoy making games more than playing games now. But with that being said, there still are like a lot of games I do want to play and that I should finish and so on, but it's just hard to both to find the time but also to justify the time, you know? Demo review on Steam or the survey? I meant on Steam, since we decided to do the separate store page. People can actually leave reviews on the demo. So far, it is looking quite good. Sitting at still 100% positive at 73 reviews. Steam is a little bit iffy though, it is a little bit annoying. If you actually go to the main Steam page, like, there's no way to know that you can review the demo, which is a little bit... I feel like it would be nice if there was something here to kind of funnel people into reviewing the demo. Because I think even if you have played the demo, like, nothing shows up here. Whereas if you go to the actual demo page, that's when you can see them. But oh well, what can you do? What can you do? But so far it is looking good. 73 is not too shabby. How you been, Grievance? To be honest, other that many games worth playing, I really prefer to make my own. I mean, I do as well, but there definitely are games I want to play. Like, I have 2 games we have started playing on stream. We have Resident Evil 2 as well as Grim Fandango. Neither one which I have finished. And, you know, every now and then I want to play some game off stream, but, you know, it's usually hard to justify the time. Especially, I did talk about this last stream, especially with games that are like really long. So like big RPG games and so on might look very enticing to play. But I just don't feel like I have like 150 hours to pour into a game, do you know what I mean? It do be like that, yeah. Didn't do Steam review, shocking, need to do that. Only did the survey. I do appreciate the feedback survey as well. Nothing shows up, I had no idea. Yeah, it is annoying, like, you do need... Because I had a lot of people when I asked them to review the demo that said that they couldn't review it. And it's because you actually do need to be on the specific demo page. Which is unfortunate, because I do think it's possible that like, developers miss out on a lot of demo reviews because people just don't realize that they can review them. Because most people probably go to the main store page, which here there's nothing, right? And since you can download and play the game from, or the demo from the main store page, there technically is no point where you are forced to go to the demo page. So the only way for people to realize that they can review it is either to click learn more, scroll down and actually go to the demo here, or like actually search for the demo page itself. Now, I did make it in the game so that, you know, I have like these Steam buttons in the game, and I did make it so that if you click on those or the wishlist button, like in-game, on the demo version, then it will always take you to the demo page. So that probably could help a little bit. Something I need to look into though, I realized from Jotson's game, that you can actually make it so that the Steam button in your game opens up the Steam overlay, which would be way better, because in my game right now it opens up the browser with the Steam page, but a lot of people are not logged in, so you still can't wishlist or review the game from there. Whereas if it would open it in the Steam overlay, then, you know, you're already logged in and everything. So that would be pretty good to sort out. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but it definitely seems like a better way of doing it. I started Distro Elysium, but played like 30 minutes. I haven't played it, but I've heard very good things about it. Isn't Distro Elysium like technically a point-and-click game, or am I being silly? I mean, it's definitely not like a conventional one, but isn't this like technically a... Yeah, it does have the point-and-click tag. Is this click to move? Kinda hard to tell from here, but... I assume it might be, since it has the point and click tag. Good. Trying to stay focused, not drop any of these balls I'm juggling. David, welcome in. On console, you move with analog, but on PC, I imagine it can be click to move. Okay. Yeah, because I do suppose that click to move is a little bit more awkward on console. That's a fair point. So yeah, what do we need to do, ladies and gentlemen? We do need to sort out a lot more puzzles. I feel like I'm gonna... It's possible that I'm gonna need a bit of inspiration for the puzzles, so we might actually have to do some proper research streams soon, and just play through some other short point-and-click games and stuff and see if any ideas might spark up. Because, what do I have? I definitely need like 3 to 5 more like proper puzzles at least. I have a few in mind, but we'll see. Broken sword? Oh yeah, wait, we have talked about this, haven't we? I think I have this on my wish list. This seems to be a relatively classic point-and-click game. The only thing that is a little bit tough that I realize is that I cannot play just any point-and-click game. Because I realize that a lot of these classic point-and-click games, I do enjoy playing them, and like I do want to experience them. That's why I tried Grim Fandango, for example. However, I think it's fair to say that they are very different compared to my game. As in, like, in a lot of these classic ones, I don't know about this one, to be clear, but it seems like the majority of the puzzles in the classic point-and-click games is like figuring out which item to use where. And obviously I have some of those puzzles, but I also want to have like the, you know, the more proper like mechanical puzzles and so on, not just like a figure out where to use this thing puzzle. And they also tend to be quite narrative heavy in the sense of that, like, especially a game like Grim Fandango. Like, Grim Fandango is fun, but like I said, it's very different to my game. I feel like the vast majority of the puzzles and the vast majority of the gameplay in a game like Grim Fandango is like dialogue. Like, most of what you do is talking to people, which is not like, to be very clear, this is not me like shitting on the game. I'm just like, explaining the differences, right? I think what Grim Fandango does, they do very well, but it is different to mine. Like, my game has more similarities with like the, you know, the Rusty Lake games, for example, I think, which is more of like a, this might not, like, you know, where there's these type of puzzles as well, and this wasn't perhaps the best game to show it, but... Oh wait, didn't I start playing this one? Basically what I call the close-up puzzles, where you can do more like mechanical stuff, because a lot of the time, if it's only like the big scene kind of thing you're doing, a lot of the time it seems like the puzzles end up being just figure out what item to use where. Oh, this is a game I need to play. Not because it's like very similar to mine as far as I'm aware, but it does seem really good. You need some House of Leaves style puzzles. Is that not on Steam? House of Leaves. Oh wait, it's a novel? Is that a game as well? Oh, there's some House of Leaves inspired games. Oh god, this is really cool. It does seem cool. You have a Portuguese point-and-click, Inspector Zé and Robot Palhaço. That could be cool to check out as well. Your game puzzle-wise also reminds me of Resident Evil. Yeah, I've actually taken a bit of inspiration from Resident Evil with some of the puzzles and stuff, because Resident Evil, like, that's what I mean, where Resident Evil has a lot of these like mechanical puzzles and so on, which is more similar to, although my game medium-wise is very different, I do think a lot of the puzzles have some similarity. Like, maybe even more so than a game like Grim Fandango, where I would say that, I don't know, has there been any mechanical puzzle whatsoever in Grim Fandango so far? I don't think so. It's been, I guess maybe, but it's more so like figuring out, a lot of them is like figuring out which item to use where. Sometimes it goes a little bit deeper, where it's like you have to use these items in like a specific order, like you need to do this to do that to do this, right? But it's never like a, you know, it's never like a jigsaw puzzle type thing, or like a, you know, like a mechanical puzzle and so on. I did make the chained door in my game. Also, RustyBot, thank you very much for the follow. Chained door. Like, this one is a very clear inspiration in my game. Like, this scene is basically exactly what I did. And I am by no means chiming away from the fact that I took some inspiration there. I thought it was a kind of cool thing. So, what is it? Boom. This is like one-to-one, just, oh, that seems like a cool thing to have. Let me add one of those. So there definitely is a little bit of inspiration here from the Resident Evil games. But I do know that Resident Evil also does some... They do have some mechanical puzzles. Like, one is the portable safe, right? Which I didn't take inspiration in like the exact details of this, but I wanted to have a similar puzzle in terms of like... This is a pure mechanical puzzle. Like, it's just about figuring out the order to click these. Like, you just have to do the thing. And I feel like getting a few of these puzzles in does definitely add some variety. Like, I don't want every puzzle to be find the clue or find the item and then do the thing. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Arthur Shoots with the 11-month resub, you fucking legend. Holy shit. Thank you so much.
Almost a year.
Almost a year indeed. Absolutely crazy. Really do appreciate you, man. And I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great Friday so far. Damien, good to see you as well. Did you consider adjusting your tags? I feel like the more like this were missed for your game. I actually have. It is something I've been considering too. I think my thought process wasn't the best here. Because the main game that I targeted for the more like this was actually Five Nights at Freddy's. However, I think that's a mistake. Although Five Nights at Freddy's, like, objectively is a point-and-click horror game, it is, like, very different to my game as well. Because Five Nights at Freddy's is like a... It's more like a systems point-and-click horror game. Do you know what? Like, you have to handle these systems. There's, like, just operations you have to do. Whereas it's not like a point-and-click puzzle horror game. Like, I think I should probably focus more on, like, the Rusty Lake series and stuff like that. I mean, this is obviously very, very similar to mine in terms of... Like, I think this is also like a proper point-and-click horror game as well. So it is actually something I have been considering. I think it is fair to say that I could probably improve my tags. I think I might look this over in a bit. I mean, some of these I think are fine. Because here's the thing as well, it's never gonna be perfect. Like, you'd be surprised. I know that for some people, you can even get the like, oh, this game is similar to Binding of Isaac. Which, like, at face value makes no sense, right? Because my game is very different to a game like Binding of Isaac. But the thing is, looking at tags, you'd actually be surprised at how many similar tags we have. Which do make sense. Like, what is it? Indie, pixel graphics, single player, dark, 2D, atmospheric, horror. Like, we actually share a surprising amount of tags. But obviously, tags are a little bit generic in that sense. Like, games can have similar-ish tags and still be quite different. Obviously the order matters as well. If anyone releasing a game on Steam, one of the things you have to take into account is how you order these, because that actually does change the games that will show up down here. That's why I suggested The Witness, not point and click, but has nice puzzle progression, and the puzzles are self-contained. Yeah, I think it's actually possible that I could earn quite a lot just playing puzzle games. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be point and click. Just like I said, with I actually got a surprising amount of inspiration and ideas from playing Resident Evil, which, although it's like a single-player horror game, like, you know, medium and mechanics-wise, it's vastly different. Is a literary puzzle / maze. Novel House of Leaves is not a book of traditional solvable puzzles, but rather complex, immersive literary experience that uses unique formatting, codes, and narrative structure to create a sense of mystery and disorientation. The book itself functions as a kind of puzzle, an example of ergodic literature that demands active engagement from the reader. What does this mean? Ergodic. Of or relating to a process in which every sequence or sizable sample is equally representative of the whole. Involving or relating to the probability that any state will recur, having zero probability that any state will never occur. Okay, I'm too dumb to understand that. But it does sound interesting. It sounds intriguing. I don't fully understand how it works, but it definitely sounds intriguing. You might want to finish the game first. What do you mean, Luasoft? Which game? Enigma puzzles are also fun. Argadin is good on those. So that would be like, I suppose, like cipher puzzles, right? Because that's something I actually looked at today. I was considering whether maybe I should make some kind of cipher-like puzzle at some point. If I reach the supporter goal twice, do I also get mentioned twice? You do not. However, you do keep climbing the supporter ranks or whatever, depending on how much you have been supporting the stream. So you will be basically, you know, further up the list in the credits. It shows me like Dead Space, escape the bathrooms, etc. I think this actually hurts traffic for your game. I think so as well. However, I do think you can't be too strict about it, because I think there's, like I said, with the tags being a bit generic, there's always going to be some weird games in there. But with that being said, I do agree that I think I could improve the tags. Like, I don't know personally if I would say that Undertale is very similar to Binding of Isaac, as an example. Some of these make total sense, like Enter the Dungeon and Spelunky and so on. Darkest Dungeon, yeah, I mean, it's a roguelite. They're quite different, but they have a similar vibe. Let me actually look at other point-and-click games. Let's take, like, Samsara Room out of curiosity. So this one I have as well. Yeah, Blueprints, Outer Wilds. This one showed up on mine too. Poppy Playtime, Little Nightmares 3. We actually have a surprising amount of similar games here. Oh, Chance of Senna. Resident Evil. Like, I think it is a little bit tricky. I don't think I could do it so that it's all like point-and-click horror games, right? Like this one as well, like Outer Wilds, Among Us, Obra Dinn. The fair amount of games here you wouldn't really objectively say are that similar. This is like a fairly classic point-and-click. Oh no, this is that one, right? When you have to like... Yeah, I've seen this one. Until Dawn? Probably not. LA Noire? I mean, I guess both are detective games in it, so that's fairly similar. Ah, this game is so fucking good. Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishment. That's a good one. Frostdraw Studios, welcome in. Oh, Grim Fandango talking about the puzzles. Okay. Yeah, it's very possible that they might start doing more of that stuff. I think so far. I can't think of any like mechanical puzzle we've seen so far. Right? I don't think so. It's always been like this one thing you have to do to progress a little bit, but yeah, it's probably fair to say that that could change later in the game. The puzzle examples described are easier to reason about. I think there's a lot of room for you to sprinkle that type of stuff in. The very act of reading the book becomes a puzzle itself. Requiring physical effort to navigate shifting text, footnotes and embedded stories. Codes and ciphers. I have been thinking about this, potentially doing some cipher puzzle at some point. Morse code. Symbols and references. I think I don't know if I would like to do discs like this. This is like the Caesar cipher, isn't it? I don't know if I would like to do discs, because I already have one puzzle that, you know, looks very similar to this. But I think doing some form of a, you know, cipher puzzle could be interesting. Like maybe some shit like this. You know, just having some random symbol somewhere, and somewhere else you can find something that helps you basically translate it. Oh, this one is interesting. Oh, they do two letters combined, innit? Like B is this swirly thing. But then since there's an E, they also have this one. I wonder how that works. How do you... There's no way of inherently knowing which one is the first letter, is there? N plus D becomes that one. Because this could have been E, B, D, N as well. There's no way of knowing, but it's an interesting type of cipher. Time to go, have a good one all. No worries coding, thank you very much for dropping by. Seems like more of a players that play this also enjoy these lists. Yeah, I think it is a little bit more like that. I think the more like this section, I think it's unrealistic to expect all games in that section to be like objectively similar to yours. Like I think there's always gonna be some long shots. Once again, this is not to say that I couldn't improve my tags. I think that is a fair thing. But I don't think we can expect to ever have like a perfect, more like this section. I mean, I guess some of these might be more similar. Like, I think when you go to a very how do I say this? A very like strong main genre, like first person. There probably mainly is going to be first person games in here, right? Then again, I mean, Resident Evil Village and Call of Duty Black Ops are fairly different, aren't they? To be fair, I played neither of these, but like Red Dead Redemption, I guess maybe like story... No, that can't be that. I haven't played Black Ops 7, but that's probably fairly different games, innit? Hitman, World of Assassination. Like, I think this is one of them things where sometimes it will just, like, kind of, what you call it, coincidentally, you will end up having very similar to tags to games that might be very different. I probably think I think it makes sense that some tags might be, like if you have these very specific tags, like, I don't know, first person shooter or like racing, like most, I imagine on Euro Truck, no, this one is probably split between simulators and driving games. Is there not a more like this section? More DLC, what curators say. Why do I not get a more like this section? That's odd. Boomtrout, how you doing, man? Blue, welcome in as well. I'm a little bit intrigued to see this now. Escape the Backrooms. What is this? It's like one of those co-op puzzle horror game type things, is it? So I suppose like Repo is a good more like this for this one. Dead by Daylight, yeah, probably. Leaf or Lead, yeah. Are we there yet? Obviously very different in terms of theme, but it still has that like co-op style game. Peak, Ready or Not. I don't know about Rust. That feels quite different. Like, it's co-op and stuff, but that strikes me more as a proper, like, survival game. This game shows up fucking everywhere. Escape Simulator 2, like, every game we looked at, this game ends up. Like, Forza Horizon 5, in the more like this section of Escape the Backrooms. That one feels quite odd. And same thing here. Rust is apparently in the more like this of Forza Horizon. But this is what I mean, like, I bet that if you look, they actually have, for some reason, similar tags. Like, what do I have here? Survival, crafting, multiplayer, open world, I guess they're gonna have those. PvP, sandbox, adventure, first person, action, nudity. Shooter, co-op, online co-op, indie. Like, they probably share a lot of these. Open world, multiplayer. Did we have simulation here as well? We do indeed, simulation. Adventure. Co-op, online co-op, first person. PvP. Action. Like, although these games, I would say that these games are completely different. Like, looking at the tags, they are pretty similar. If you just go at face value from the tags. Which is what the Steam algorithm does, right? The way they determine which games are similar are just by, like, how similar are the tags. I mean, don't take it from me too. I believe Chris Zajewski. I usually listen to his interviews during my breakfast preparation. I have some tutorials about this. Yeah, I did do his course on how to set up a Steam page. So I basically followed that one to a T for most of the things. Obviously I did some things which he wouldn't agree with, like design my own capsule art, which is something else I think I need to improve at some point. But in terms of the whole tag thing, I actually did do like basically exactly what he said for me to do, which is to pick 3 games, look at all of the tags they have, see all of the tags that they have combined or whatever. So like if all of these have puzzle, then I should probably have puzzle, etc. You know, stuff like that. But I think my mistake here was probably the games I picked. I feel like I should probably try to be a little bit stricter, because I don't know. Five Nights at Freddy's seemed like a good game to target. I don't think it is. I honestly think my game is too different. Like, it's more like the... I think I should go harder for the point and click genre, if that makes sense. Put a lot of crap on titles like Indian 2D. Escape Simulator, first thought is to escape it from this game in recommended. What happened to repos? What do you mean? Oh, do you mean in terms of this? I don't think repos was out when I... Just this is like almost a year ago now. FNAF is point and click, right? Yeah, it is. And Cube Escape Collection is point and click as well. I think even The Room is point and click. However, these three games are still fairly different. Because although Five Nights at Freddy's is technically a point and click game, it is not a point and click adventure. Do you know what I mean? Whereas the Cube Collection are more like classic point and click adventures. The Room, I guess the similarity I have with The Room would be like my close-up puzzles. Like, this is a game, as far as I understand, that is basically my game without all of the adventure stuff and only like close-up puzzles. Like, if every part of my game was the close-up puzzles, it would be like this. Cube Escape Collection, this is what I would consider the like objectively most similar to my game. Like, this is a fairly like proper point and click adventure type game. First person. It also has a little bit of like a horror vibe, not to the extent that I do, but it still tends to be a little bit like horror, like psychological. There's like weird stuff going on. It's not like jump scares, etc., but it does have that vibe a little bit. Five Nights at Freddy's is obviously... I feel like here, this is mainly a horror game. That's why I would say. Like, it uses point and click like mechanics, but it's not like a point and click adventure type thing. Same thing here. This one also is probably point and click, but it's not in the same way. Like, this is not a point and... Like, my game would still be more similar to something like Fate of Atlantis, that old like Indiana Jones point and click game, which this is obviously quite different from. So like, it's hard because I think my game has similarities to all of these games, but I don't know when I did this research for the Steam page, I don't know if maybe you should be even more strict. Like, I should probably pick the three games that are like as close as possible to my game. But at the same time, I don't know, because maybe you should think about target audience, and maybe, like, although The Room is somewhat different to mine, I still think it's probably more similar than it is different, but like, we probably have somewhat similar target audience. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not an expert on this. But I could see arguments for both things. Just, I suppose what I should do is look at... But that's interesting, actually. Let's have a look at that new point-and-click game. Where is it? Riddlewood Manor, recently released. This is like a point-and-click game with like a horror twist to it. I think it has like dungeon crawler movements. But this feels fairly similar to my game. Obviously, still differences. There's always gonna be differences, but we have quite a lot of similarities. It feels very much like a proper point-and-click game. They have some of those like mechanical puzzles, as you saw there. Probably still have a bit of that, like finding certain items you need to use here or there. Fairly expensive though. $14.79. Yeah, we have fairly similar. All of these I have as well. Escape Simulator, Outer Wilds, Blade Manor. Escape Simulator, Blueprints, Poppy Playtime. We actually have quite similar games. Return of the Obra Dinn, Mouthwashing, I have those as well. I don't think I have Portal. Sallyface I think I have. Getting Over It, that one feels kind of random. It's actually not that different. We can't escape from this one, I guess. True. Okay, what tags do I share? I share puzzle, adventure, horror, point and click. I think I have escape room. I don't know if that one makes full sense anymore, but... mystery... I might have exploration. Do I have exploration? Yeah, I do. It's far down, but I do have it. First person, indie, investigation, I probably should have. I don't have it. That's perhaps one tag I should try and get in here. Hidden object I have, dark I have, atmospheric I have. So I actually do have very similar tags to this game. Just this I would say is probably a game that's like very similar to mine. I think they have like actual jump scares as well. They did an interesting thing though. I think I read in some reviews that they actually have a setting to disable the jump scares, which is interesting. This is from either the same publisher or the same developer as Blueprints, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same publisher. It does have a fairly similar style as well, to be honest. Very similar style, doesn't it? I don't know how this game plays though. Oh, this is more like a... This seems heavier on like the detective type thing. Cinematic trailers though. Still have no idea what it's like to play this game. Does this have point and click? Oh, it doesn't. So it might be a bit different. Yeah, I think this is something I'm gonna look over eventually. This entire thing is so complex, I can't... Yeah, it really is. It's like hard, that's why I mean like... I think you can always strive to improve your tags and your more like this section. But I don't think you're ever gonna have a completely logical, objectively similar, more like this section. I just don't think that's very viable. Especially if you made something that's a little bit like in between genres, which I think I would say I am, in the sense of that like... The point and click doesn't make it like a conventional horror game, right? Whereas I think if you do a very distinctive genre, like if you do a first-person shooter or like a typical racing game, there's gonna be enough games that it's probably gonna be fairly similar. But as soon as you start being like a little bit ambiguous with genres, I think it's almost impossible to get it completely logical. The title should be more for gameplay than aesthetic. I'm gonna read my Steam page too, but I have a different kind of problem tonight. Some AI are way smarter, so they can just kill every enemy if they keep enough range. Sherpa, you got a great channel. I always learn a bunch watching and lurking around here. Thank you very much, Boontrout. I'm very happy to hear that. I'm glad to have you as well. I think the simulated games change depending on user feedback. I think they could in terms of... I think it's mainly with tags. However, I think that users can define tags as well, right? So if they don't agree with like the developer one, I think they can add their own tags. And then I think Steam is gonna use like a mixture of both, as far as I'm aware. Cancros, welcome in, how you doing? I would bet it's some combination of tag and click ratio. Yeah, I mean, they definitely are going to... I think there's always gonna be a bias towards, like, very popular games, right? Like, it's less likely that you're gonna find games with, like, one review. Like, most of these, like Outer Wilds and Strange Antiquities, LA Noire, Return of the Obra Dinn, Golden Idol, Disco Elysium, like, almost all of these are, like, very popular games, right? Chance of Senna, overwhelmingly positive. Wolf Among Us. Like, I think it's fairly rare to see... I'm not saying that you can't see, like, smaller, less known games here, but I think those will always be the minority. Like, most of the games here, because you have to think about what Steam wants to do, right? Steam wants to sell games. If something is performing well, they are going to push that more, right? Like, that's just how this type of stuff works. Like, the same thing with YouTube and whatnot. As in, like, you know, the more views a video gets, the more YouTube is gonna push it, so the more views it's gonna get. You know, it kind of becomes a feedback loop. And Steam kind of operates the same way, right? Which I think is one of the reasons why, you know, in so many of these I see Outer Wilds, with games that are sometimes not that similar, but it still shows up constantly. But it's not that weird. It has 50,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews. Like, Steam is going to try and push this game quite a lot. This one is odd. So, similar to Outer Wilds, Halo, Spider-Man, Hogwarts Legacy, Red Dead Redemption 2. Hollow Knight. Definitely not what I would expect. Blueprints probably more so. This is probably... Now, I haven't played both, either. Yeah, anyway, I think that's enough for the tags for now. Chris Ojavsky, it's still a little bit cringe that I still quote one single guy. Well, I do it as well. I take a lot of my takes on this from Chris Ojavsky, because, you know, it's that thing where, you know, whether you agree with everything he says or whether you think he's right with everything he says, he's probably more researched than I. So it's, generally speaking, it's probably good for me to listen as to people like that. But he said that is actually a bad thing. Popular games means Steam can't link you to the smaller ones and gives you like the big ones, which hurt your game. Yeah, no, it's bad for the individual developers, right? But that's why you have to think about it in terms of like what Steam actually cares about. And you know, this might sound groundbreaking, but it might sound a little bit harsh, but Steam doesn't care about your game, right? Like, I think it would be a mistake for us to think that Steam like actually cares about your game. Steam cares about making money, right? Like, it's a monetized platform. Like, I don't think they actually care that much about what type of game it is they are pushing, to some extent, of course. Like, obviously they have certain rules and guidelines, but in general they are gonna push traffic to the games that are selling more, because that makes them more money. They don't really have an incentive to push your game if it hasn't had a lot of traffic plays nor reviews, right? So it certainly is one of those things where it does hurt the smaller players, but that's also just kind of life. You just have to accept that. Like, any platform you go to on the internet is going to be the same. YouTube, although I think it's probably easier to get something going on YouTube, it's the same thing, right? Like, the bigger channels on YouTube are always going to have an advantage. Places like, what else do you have? Twitch, similar as well. It's very hard to get discovery as a small streamer on Twitch, because you know, Twitch does the same thing. They like the channels that they promote, generally speaking, are going to be the big ones. Whereas like Steam is not gonna put Twitch is not gonna put a new streamer playing some game with 5 viewers on the front page, which obviously is going to hurt those type of streamers, but at the same time, it made sense. Like, if you think about it from Twitch's perspective, of course they are gonna push the people who are, like, performing the best, because those people are also the ones who make them the most money. So, yeah, that's the capitalist world for you? A little bit, yeah. That's what I mean, like, in the world that we live in, this is kind of to be expected. I think it would be silly for us to expect these type of platforms to like do a bunch of stuff for the small players. Like, we are at a disadvantage, and I think that's something you just have to accept. However, there are certain things sometimes that do help out, right? Like, for example, on YouTube, like, not having subscribers or having a small YouTube channel does not mean that you can't have a YouTube video blow up. Like, one of my first YouTube videos got over 100,000 views, right? Because if you do get some traction, they are still willing to push it. But obviously, you still are at a disadvantage, because if you have a bunch of subscribers, then you will automatically have early engagement. And I think all of these sites are the same. Twitch probably the worst one at discovery, but Steam is not like you can't have your first game blow up. Very unlikely, but it can happen. Like, if your game is performing well, Steam will push it, right? They are cult games or really popular games, yeah. Because those, like, you know, they are cult games and popular games because they, a lot of people have played them and liked them, right? Which, you know, translated into Steam things or whatever, that means, you know, it's a game that makes a lot of money, which means that Steam is gonna make more money pushing them. So I do think that you can get small games in the more like this section. Like, every now and again you'll see a game that actually doesn't have that much reviews, but that will be like 1 out of 20 or something. Like, it's still rare to find like actually small games here. Like, the majority seem to have at least like 1,000 reviews already. They said that big game in more like this section means Steam has no clue what your game is. No, yeah, because they don't... And I think that makes sense, because they just don't have enough information. Like, if all they are basing it on is tags, then it is going to be a little bit ambiguous, because tags are like... they overlap a lot, right? Like, sharing 1 or 2 tags with a game does not mean that the games like inherently are similar, right? Same thing with like genres in general, like music genres. Like, you know, you might have 2 musicians who will be that you could put under the same genre, but their music is actually very different. So I think it's hard. Like, the only way I would see this, like, I think making an algorithm to actually figure out what games are like inherently objectively similar is really difficult. like, I almost feel like the main way you would have to do it, if you wanted the more like this section to be completely logical and objective, I think it would have to be hand curated. But obviously there's no way that people are gonna do that, right? But does it really make sense to promote, for example, Dead Space for indie game dev game? I would argue that is not a case actually, and more profitable would be to promote some other smaller similar games. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because the thing is, not always, but a lot of the time, those smaller, similar games might be small because people just aren't buying them that much. Although they probably would sell more if Steam did push them, I don't know, like, generally speaking, I think that these type of systems usually end up, like, you know, being in a certain way because it kind of works. Like, I don't think Steam would do this if it didn't work for them, right? My understanding is that 99% of Steam's decision making when it comes to promotion is centered around revenue. Dollars earned for them by your game. Yeah. And I think that's the case on almost any platform. Because it just... If you're on like a monetized platform, I think it's silly to expect that you are like gonna get some pity traffic to your page for the sake of it. Like, what does the platform earn on that? Because what would happen if Steam were really nice to us small developers and pushed like all of these tiny games in the more like this section and so on to try and help out smaller developers? What would happen is for the general Steam user, they are gonna see a much lower quality of games on Steam. And that's going to hurt Steam in the long run, right? So I think, you know, looking at it from Steam's perspective, I think it's completely logical that you will mainly see like very popular, well-performing games down here. That's not to say that it doesn't hurt us, and it's not to say that some people might want to see more smaller games. However, I think it's fair to also say that those are minorities, right? Like, us developers who want our games to be shown, we are a minority. Like, most people aren't developers. And the people who are looking for really small games are also a fairly small minority. Like, if you would look at the gaming space in general, most people probably play the, like, you know, mainly play AAA games with the occasional, like, really well-performing indie games. Like, I think we, especially as indie developers, are in general going to be quite biased here. Just like, I would love for this to show me more random games, but I understand. I don't think that makes sense for the general consumer. Morjesta, what is up, Amises? How are things in the fourth world's happiest nation behind of Finland, Denmark and Iceland? Outrageous, man. I don't accept this. Propaganda, that's all I hear. Things are good though. How are you doing, Amises? For anyone who doesn't know, Amises is yet another game developer. Also has a game on Twitch called Shadows of Tuonela on Twitch, on Steam. I keep mixing up the platforms now. So go and add it to your wish list. Release date 2026, exciting. While we are at it, let's go and roast the more like this section. I'm joking. But it's gonna be the same thing, right? Like, it is... Like, how many of these games are small? Like, basically none of them. Like, 1000 is like the smallest one I've seen here. Oh, 149. That is the smallest I've seen today. Smallest amount of reviews being recommended. Otherwise, it seems in general that like 1000 and upwards is kind of the games that they tend to push here. Well, 600. That's a bit on the lower end as well. I mean, it's still good. I would be more than happy to get fucking 600 reviews on my game, but that's not what we're talking about here. I'm just making sure that I'm not trying to make it sound like I think 600 reviews is like a super low count or whatever. No escape simulator? Did we not have it? Yeah. I think like it feels like any type of puzzle game is going to have the escape simulator in there. Why are you procrastinating for an hour already? That's a pretty good shout. We need to see if we can get some progress done today as well. How have you been, Spectacular? I hope you're doing well, mate. I'm doing all right as a Mises, finally beating the flu that's been debuffing our whole family for 2 weeks now, getting back into game dev. Very exciting to hear, man. Yeah, I did hear that you had gotten a bit sick. That's not too fun. Glad to hear you're getting better. Damn. Accidentally opened like 20... browser tabs during this little time here. How did we even get into this? Holy shit, I don't know. So, once again, let's have a look at what we can do today. I'm struggling. I'm gonna be honest, I'm starting to struggle a little bit, because so much of the things I need to do right now are like heavy spoiler territory. I'm actually finding it's starting to get difficult for me to actually figure out like what can I do on stream that's not going to spoil the entire game. I think something that we could look a bit more on, because the best things for me to do on stream are things that don't spoil in-game content too much, which means that it's like systems and polish type of things. But the thing is that we've finished most of that, like the game is pretty much feature complete. But one thing we still have to do is to finish up the save system. So potentially that is something we could start looking at a little bit more today. And something we were speaking about recently is actually the progress bar or whatever for the save slots. Because although it's not a like make or break type of thing, I do think it would be I really like having a progress tracker, so maybe starting to figure out how we could do a system like that. Because for the full game, the way I've done it is that you're going to have these save slots, right? Which right now I show the last save, as in like the time and date, as well as your playtime. Both of those things are functional. I have like the core system for saving things in the game is kind of done too. I haven't like implemented it, but the system itself is fairly completed. However, like calculating the progress, how far into the game you are, is not something I thought about yet. This one is just like automatically set to 0%. So we do need to figure out the system for that. I was also thinking about whether or not we should show more information on the save slot. I could, if we had to, I could make this bigger, because obviously this little warning here we don't need, so we could push this one all the way up. I could also deactivate the social media icons, which I think only makes sense to do. Or push them up in the corner or something. So then we would have more space to make these a bit higher, taller, if we need to. Because I was thinking about potentially doing something where we maybe show some more optional stuff as well. So right now we have our save slots, right? Which show it shows like the actual slots. So like slot A. Then the action you would do, which is either new game or load the game. Right? And then we show the time as well as the date, which I think is good to just remember, or to be able to double check that it did save properly and to know when the last time you played was and so on. I always like showing data. Data is fun. Then of course we have the playtime, which might be something like, 1 hour, 20 minutes and blah 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 seconds. And then last but not least, we currently have the progress thing, which might be something like 78%. Like this is what a fully functional save slot would look like right now. Obviously what I started talking about last stream, which I think is a little bit tricky when it comes to the percentage, is that this can mean different things, and different games do it in different ways. Like either this is only the main story, right? Which means that 100% means that you have completed the game. Some also do it with like this is supposed to be a trophy, like full on completion. So Hollow Knight, for example, has it so that if you do everything in the game, then this can actually overshoot and go to, I think 112% is the max. You could also skip the main story completely and have 100% be like you doing everything in the game. The only thing that's a bit weird there, which I think at least is a bit odd, is that then like actually completing the main story might put you at 78%, and that feels a little bit odd to me. It does feel a little bit odd to me. Because one of the reasons I like games that keep track of your progress is to have an understanding of like how far away from completing your game is. But 100%ing the game is not what most people mean when they say completing the game, right? Which means that, it's like, what does 50% mean? In general, I would expect 50% to mean that I'm halfway through the game. Which, if you do this, it cannot be. Because there's gonna be optional content to reach 100%, so 50% would be more than halfway. But there is one other thing that you could do, which we did talk about last stream as well, which is to actually show even more numbers. Where you could do something like actually show a bunch of information, so you might go like, oh, let's put a little paper here, which means main story is at 75%. Or 78 or whatever. Whereas for full completion, you are currently sitting at 69%. And maybe we even show collectible items. So for the collectible item, you have currently collected 4 out of 12. The only thing here is that it does start to get a little bit cluttered. And the main thing that was tough for me is figuring out like a symbol that makes sense for main story. Like it feels like it would be a book or a page, but we have so few pixels. Like in reality, at least on the current save slots, this can only be like 5 pixels tall. Which means that like if I want to do a page or something, it's gonna look like this. And I don't know like how readable that actually is. Like, I don't know how intuitive that would be. I think for the... If we did a whole thing where we show the percentage both for full completion and for main story... Like, full completion is fairly simple to make, because all we really do is just make, like, a little trophy, right? And I feel like that is fairly intuitive. Like, I think most people would be able to read that, especially if you have multiple percentages, that the one that kind of looks like a trophy is the one that means full completion. I feel like that one is fairly intuitive. Just do your work like this with only face cam and we will only guess what you are up to based on the reflection in your guitar, exactly. Potato looks fine. Sorry guys, we do have some ads running at the moment. Obviously we could do the collectible item as well. That's basically just something like this. I think as soon as you've played the game, that's gonna make sense. If you see something like that, and then like one out of 12, you're gonna understand that, okay, that's how many of the collectible items I have. But like, it's if I would do this thing with a symbol, it's definitely the main story one that is a little bit trickier. Obviously now, if we do decide to remove these and we can make these a little bit larger, I could kind of up the size of the icons, which might make it read a bit better. Like maybe if I could even get like something looking like there's text on it. Should that be readable? Otherwise, other things we did mention as well are doing something like a scroll or a book, but also it's just that we are so limited on pixels, because this is gonna look like a window, it doesn't look like a book. And I'm unsure how to make it read better as a book. That's not too bad though. Could also do something like that. Maybe. But then it's the whole thing where we need to know whether this makes sense UI-wise. Like, would this look good? Which I did try before. Right now, I feel like maybe it is a little bit messy. Can I actually see how does my save slots work here? How did I do this again? Save slots. Ads should be over. Welcome back, guys. Update slot is initialization. Get slot path. So we find the save file. We get this stuff. Dates. Bam bam bam. We check the play time. Get localized string menu load game. Completion text equals 0%. So to just get an idea of what this would look like, we could fake this for the time being. So that's like a book. Can I do emojis here? That would be kind of fun. I don't know. Can you pass in an emoji? I don't think you. I feel like that would give me an error, but I have no idea. And then we're gonna have like, I don't know, maybe collectible items. So like 3 out of 12 or some shit. And then last but not least, we're gonna do full completion, which is like a trophy. I guess the most similar is a Y. Or the weird Y, the yen. How the fuck do I do yen? Can I do yen on this keyboard? I mean, I know I could do it with the numpad, but I don't know the code for it. This is fine, it's just for testing purposes anyway. And then put this at like 78%, sure. Jotson, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to have ya. Speaking of Jotson, how do you do the thing? I know you mentioned it, and you did it in your game, where add to wishlist, or like the Steam button, actually opens up the overlay. Because I definitely see the argument for why that is a better way of doing it, with people, you know, guaranteed being logged in and stuff. But is that tricky to do? Also, for anyone who doesn't know, Jotson is yet another game developer on Twitch. Go and check him out if you haven't. Currently working on his game The Mailroom, which also released a demo for the Horror Fest that we were in. So go and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. We did play this on stream. It's like a horror job simulator, really well polished, really cool art style as well. It's good shit, go and check it out. Easy, built into Steam API. Steam.activate game overlay to store app ID. Okay. So I suppose I got this Steam manager thing from GitHub. I assume that one might have that built in as well then. Definitely something I should look into. I don't know, maybe this is fine. Does it look too messy? Like I said, we could definitely make the save slots a little bit bigger. I don't think there's any reason to have the social media buttons there when you click into this one. Menu manager. This one might be a bit messy, but it's fine. Transition to game, no. We have play button. Save slots, set active true. Main buttons, set active false. Why wouldn't I make the main buttons a child object? Oh wait, that is... no, that's the actual buttons. Do I have something for the... do I not have a reference to the hyperlinks? I mean, oh yeah, they do deactivate if I ever deactivate the main menu itself. But technically... oh, the menu transition controller, you have a reference to them, but that's not what I need here. Maybe I should have a little transition into the save slots though. Like maybe fade the buttons out and then we like slide in the save slots. Could be kinda fancy. But imagine when you click on start all of these buttons, they fade out, and then we slide these in. If you go back, then we slide them out. That might be a nice little polished touch. Because right now, for this specific one, it's instant. Which is, to be fair, how most of my menus work. The only exception is when you go to the settings here. And we actually slide over to them. And I suppose when you go to the credits, we have a little animation as well. But otherwise, like in here, it's all instant. Should probably add some, at least some little tweening or something to this. Could probably make it feel a lot more polished. To be fair though, I've already gotten quite a lot of good feedback on my menu, so it's probably not the most important thing. Why would I not make the hyperlinks a child of the buttons? Why would I not do that? Is there any reason why I wouldn't? Do I feel like I could do that. Fuck it. I think that's fine. Hyperlinks, you're gonna be a... let me see though. Yeah, ignore layout. You're gonna be a child of the buttons. Which now means that when we go to the save slots, they should also be deactivated. Yeah. So now... you can go in here and... let's see, save slots. Let's disable that one for the time being. Then we should add a bit more spacing maybe. Make it feel a little bit less clustered here. Maybe something like that. Let me see how that feels. Definitely use is guaranteed to be logged in because they launched it from Steam, no friction. Yeah, exactly. I think it makes total sense. It would be kinda neat to have some little animation here. Maybe slide them up while you fade out the menu or something. Fuck, I kinda wanna do it. It's not what I was meant to do, but it would look a lot more polished. Imagine when you click start, we fade out all of this while we slide up the save slot menu. Going back does the opposite. It slides them down and then we fade in the menu. Definitely not the most important thing to be working on, but it would be pretty fucking neat, wouldn't it? Nice little touch. However, with the thing that we were supposed to look at, which is the progress data or whatever, I'm actually not entirely sure how to do that. At least not for main story. I think for the, like, if we have one that actually shows you, like, full-on completion or whatever, that one, I feel like there's only really one way of doing it. which is to actually keep track of all the things you can do in the game and just check them off one by one and calculate the percentage. Maybe with some weight to it or whatever. Here's the thing, you could do the main story like that as well, but then only pick the things like that I know are that you like have to pick up, if that makes sense. So that would be stuff like, you know, the keys I know the player needs to be able to finish the game, the puzzles they need to complete, the interactions they have to do, and just add a value to all of those, and then calculate the percentage, how much of it you have done. But for the main story, you could simplify it a lot as well, and just set up a certain amount of like you could kind of fake it a little bit, and just set a few like checkpoints basically. Like when you solve this puzzle, we're gonna put you at 50%. When you get to this room, we're gonna up it to 16%. Like we just hard code values. That's definitely a bit like smoke and mirrors, like we are basically faking the entire thing. It would be a lot simpler. That would probably not work if we would have like a completion thing, unless all we keep track of is how many achievements you have, but that doesn't feel right, because I think I'm gonna have some stuff in this game that's going to be very, very hidden, to the point where I think I would almost feel bad having an achievement for it, because so few people are going to find it. Like, I have a few things I've even already implemented to the game, which I think like the likelihood of someone finding is like way below 1%. And like having an achievement for something like that feels pretty fucking brutal. Like I do want some achievements that maybe are a little bit harder or to find or figure out or whatever it might be. But like if someone is trying to 100% the game, it shouldn't be too difficult. At the same time, like some games do it, like fucking hell. Imagine like Binding of Isaac. Like getting all achievements in that game, especially if you're not allowed to look stuff up, that would be fucking difficult. Like unlocking some of the characters in that game is well hard. But it feels, I don't know, I don't want to get in 100% achievement to be... It shouldn't be guaranteed, like you shouldn't... I don't think I want player to like stumble upon 100% achievements, if you know what I mean. Like preferably the player should put in a little bit of effort to make sure that they get all achievements. But I don't know if I would like to make it so hard that like even the ones who are trying are like really struggling. Just, yeah, like I said, I think there's a few hidden things in the game that I don't think even 1% of players would find it. And like putting an achievement behind something like that feels, it almost feels a little bit douchey. I wonder if we should, out of curiosity, ChatGPT this and see if I am missing any other ideas for how you could do progress. Out of curiosity, is there anyone else in here that have that has done like a main story progress percentage type thing for a game? Holy shit. Oh wait, can I just hide this? Ah, I see. Okay, what are some different ways of implementing a system that keeps track of the player's progress in your game? Specifically for things like having having a text like main story 56% on a save slot, etc. Because the ways I can think of is either to have a list of basically everything you can do or achieve, etc. and adding a value to each one, or I guess keeping them all as like 1 point and calculating a percentage. The thing is that it feels like you would need to have some weight to it, because otherwise, like, solving the most tricky puzzle in the game is going to be worth as much as picking up one random item or whatever it might be, which that feels a bit odd, right? I do suppose that you wouldn't have to do it for each and every single thing, like you could just have a set value per type, like maybe discovering a new room gives you 1 point, picking up an item gives you 1 point, maybe solving a puzzle gives you 5 points. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously you're gonna spend more times figuring out a puzzle than you do like finding new rooms. And obviously the other thing is to just full on fake it. Just say stuff like if they reach the main hall, hard code progress to 14%. Do you know what I mean? Just fucking pick a number and be like, yep. Well, I guess you don't even need to hard code it. You should have a set amount of checkpoints and have each checkpoint be worth as much. So if we have 10 checkpoints in the game, then like, you know, reaching checkpoint 3 will give you 30%. Stuff like that. That's basically the ways or the methods that I can think of from the top of my head. But I wonder if there's other like common ways of doing stuff like this. Time-based systems. Easiest way to think about this, story percentage is just a function of some data you already track. You rarely want to save the percentage itself. You save the underlying state and compute the percentage when you show the save slot. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, we have a function to basically calculate main story percentage or some shit like that. Several approaches from simplest to more advanced, plus how you might wire them up. Yeah, milestone counter, perfect for mostly linear stories. You define a list of key main story milestones. When the player hits one, you mark it complete. Progress will then be equal to completed milestones out of total milestones. So this is kind of what I was thinking about in terms of hard coding it. And I think, especially for main story, I think this makes sense. It might be a little bit trickier for... you could do this for completion as well. It's like, I don't have to say... To get 100% on like the trophy thing, doesn't necessarily have to mean that you have picked up every single item in the game. It could just be that like you solved all the optional puzzles as well as the main story ones. So if you use AI for coding and you release your game on Steam, you have to tell them about it and get the AI use tag. What about using it for ideas and translating? Yeah, it probably is a bit iffy, to be honest. Probably is. To be fair though, I do think... I mean, it's definitely a big difference, right? Like, say that you have a game with all AI art, or a game where you've done a bit of brainstorming. I feel like players in general would. But I think you can type your own thing there, can't you? In, like, the description. Where's the line here? Like, Epic is mad about that tag as they use AI for many of the games nowadays, like, for checking code, yeah. It's definitely difficult because obviously AI today, especially in game development, has a very bad connotation. I mainly use it for this type of stuff, like brainstorming things. Like it's fairly rare today that I will actually, you know, get code or... I mean, I have done brainstorming art as well. Like get an idea of how I could make something or whatever. Like, basically concept art, I suppose that is. Milestone counter. Yeah, I think maybe this is the simplest way of doing it, to be honest. And then you should have one list for optional stuff. And then for calculating the total completion percentage, you just combine both main story and optional things. Because it has to be both, because it would be odd to reach 100% on the full completion before you finish the main story if you decided to do all of the, you know, optional stuff first. Public float gets main story progress. Yeah, I mean that's fairly simple. Objective quest weights for uneven sections, yeah. Sometimes beat boss 1 is way bigger than talk to NPC, so give different paths different weights. That kind of made sense. That kind of made sense. But then I should just have a like integer or something for the weight, so the simple stuff is worth 1, and then rather than doing the count, we get the total of said integer, right? Oh, they do a float. Why do a float? Why not just keep it an integer? Do you need decimals for this? That feels a bit silly. Chapter-based progress, coarse but very simple. Divide your game into chapters. Each chapter has a start and a completion percent value. When you finish a chapter, progress jumps to its completion percentage. You can keep it super simple. The thing is that you don't really want this, do you? To have it jump like perfect. Like having 10 sections without weight, that would feel odd. Like if your progress, whether it made sense or not, if your progress always is a perfect, you know, 10, 20, 30%, that's gonna feel a bit odd, wouldn't it? But it feels like you kind of do have to track some smaller stuff as well. Found key item A, escaped area B, sort through ending. Yeah, I mean, this is all kind of similar to what I was thinking. Graph of path distance. Model your main story as a node graph. Compute progress as distance from start node to current node. Yeah, that definitely feels overkill. AI in general is hated because it's the new machinery that's taking jobs, yeah. No, I think that is a big part of it. What do you guys think? Is this too messy? Do you think this save slot is too messy? Is it too much going on in a too limited space? Or do you think it looks fine? Obviously we would make the icons better, so they are a bit more intuitive and so on, but... I mean, just the... I'm talking more so about the... like the amount of things, rather than the specifics, if that makes sense. I should get used to it. Fine, you're going perfectionist, I tend to. I would like a pop-up window for the different percentage collected, etc. A pop-up window for the different percentages. Oh, do you mean like being able to click something that opens a new window that shows you like all of the specific data? You could do that. I still think that I want to make sure, because what you could do is like when you click this one, it actually opens up a bigger window with all the data, and then maybe below that you have the buttons to like start game, delete save, go back or whatever. But that's gonna add one extra click to go into the game, which I don't know if I want to do, because right now we already have 1, 2 to start playing. And I think it's good to make sure that you can get into the game pretty much as quick as possible. Like almost to the point where this is actually something I could do. If you don't have any saves yet, there's actually no reason to take a player here. So technically you could just, the first time they click start, you immediately boot into the game. Next time when they do have a save, that's when they can start like choosing whether to start a new game or delete it. Obviously, once again, not something that's gonna make or break the game, but could be a little quality of life thing. No need to click, just hovering, yeah, opening a really small square window. Yeah, you could do something where you have an extra window here that fades in and out, depending on, like, whenever you have a save slot that has a saved game. And, like, that's when you get... Oh, the only annoying thing about that, though, there is one annoying thing, which is the fact that something I noticed early on with this game, people really like reading with their mouse. What I mean is that people go Shroud of Gloom, demo, slot 1, blah 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 blah. Like they read with the mouse. And if hovering this one opens a separate window, then it could be that thing where people move the mouse over to that window and then this one, and then that window disappears, which is gonna feel odd. I guess you could check something where if said window has been faded in, even if it starts fading out when you go out, as soon as you enter that one, we have a separate raycast that like keeps it faded in. You could do something like that. It would certainly clean this up a little bit. Other thing we could do, now that we have the extra space, we could definitely add like 5 pixels to the height, which might make it feel a little bit more... Because the thing is, if we do a separate window, I almost feel like we would have to move all of this there. Because it feels weird to do a separate window for 3 stats. Because I don't know if it's really that much else I would keep track of in this game. Like, at most, I feel like main story progress, completion progress, and collectible items is like most of the actual like in-game data that we're gonna keep track of. A separate window for 3 stats, that feels a bit overkill. Such a good fucking game, man. Dark Souls 1, holy shit. Location, main quest, save time, time played. I want something that... I mean, location, I suppose... Location and main quest kinda tells you some progress type thing, but... I mean, it doesn't tell you how long you have left or how much you've done. It just tells you, like, where you are. If you've played the game before, it will give you the information of how much you have completed. Location... Oh yeah, the other thing we could do is to make these into tall save slots. You could do that as well. You know, rather than having the horizontal ones, which, ironically, since I just found this screenshot, I did, you know, I was a little bit inspired by Dark Souls 1 for those. We could do more of the Binding of Isaac style. Like having the taller save slots instead. It might be easier to make them not feel as overwhelming. Like everything could be on its own row. So you would have like save slot A, and then like the date, the time, like the progress things, the collectibles, the thingamajiggy. Maybe a button to load. To be fair though, if I'm gonna keep it centered for this... To be fair though, I should fade out the entire main menu and only do 3 big ones as well. Because if I'm gonna keep them here, it can't be much wider than this, which is probably fine for the information we show though. Damn, so many decisions, man. UI. It's fun. But there's definitely a lot of things you could consider here. Let's unpack this one and then do layout, element, ignore layout. Oh wait, this is a set sprite, isn't it? Wait, we should do this in the meantime. Let's disable the thingy. And we're gonna take the slot. I'm gonna change this into... What is it? The description box? Yeah. Just wanna see what it would look like. You know, you should have done something like this as well. There is an argument that potentially, like, the text would, like, breathe a little bit better, or whatever you want to call it.
Nazdar.
What is up, Frostan? How you doing? Any thoughts? It's totally what you think is best. Using this, what you have is more casual, might be better just because of that. But you should have the names of things. They don't need to be one letter symbol for it. Yeah, that is a fair point. Yeah, like you should actually, rather than trying to have an icon for it, you should literally say like date, time, main story, etc. Ponzi with the raid, how you doing, man? Welcome in. What have you been up to? Thank you very much for the raid. Shout out to Pons, yet another game developer and streamer. 3 Yams, welcome in. Good to have ya. How you doing, Pons? Good to see you, man. Gonna raid and run? No worries, man. Go and take care of yourself. Will it look bigger for the viewer, or will it be that size? Just curious, for the stats look a little bit blurry to me. If we do it with the same type of layout, it would be this size. However, a reason why it might look a little bit blurry for you could also be the fact that this is a minimized... You're watching a minimized window, downscaled, streamed in 1080p, potentially downscaled on Twitch. Do you know what I mean? Thank you very much for lurking, Pons, and 3Ms, very much appreciated. Good, my new kitten was wanting my attention today, probably for food. He was on my lap, which is a good sign that he does want human attention. Nice, man. Hey, if you spend 5 minutes on 1,000 decisions, that's 2 weeks just gone. Plus 3 hours and 20 minutes overtime. But gotta go, having date night with Miss Wakacha. Have a great deving night. No worries, Wakacha. Thank you very much for hanging out and have a good date. Yeah, here we could actually, looking at this, we could increase the size of these as well. Maybe doing the save slots horizontally or whatever is better. And then what? The other one... Let's see, if you don't have a save. That's the other thing, then we have a lot of empty space. I guess to make up for that, you could do something where you move this up and like make it bigger or something. Any thoughts so far? What do you guys think? The tall one... How do we even phrase this? Like wide slots or tall slots? What do you guys prefer? I like the wide slots. Wide for sure. Oh, that got a bit messy. Okay, interesting. People do seem to prefer the wide ones. So then the question is, what do we do? We could make these slightly taller to get some more breathing space in here. Unless we think that this is fine, which it might be. Yeah, I might just keep it like this. The only good thing is that I should... Just if we do this, there's no way I have room to actually put labels on this. Like, I can't type completion, main story, etc. Unless we skip doing full completion and collectibles, and we only show 1%, then we could do, like, progress colon 78%. Question is... Data is fun. Data is kind of fun. Like, I enjoy seeing this shit. I know it doesn't, like, make a huge difference, but... At the same time, I think it's a fair argument to say that it's definitely... It gets a lot more going on. For the general player, it might not be that good. Like, the people who earn on having this are the people who actually want to do everything in the game or collect everything in the game. But obviously, it's fair to say that that is going to... Like, that is inherently the minority, right? Like, most people are not completionists. I think main story is the most important. The good thing here is that people will know about the super hidden stuff that I have added to the game. Because if all we show is this, then it's possible that people are gonna be less inclined to look for the very hidden stuff. Which people might still not do, to be clear. That's also a fair thing to say. Because if someone feels like they really went hardcore and they still have like 97%, they know that there is something else hidden in the game they haven't found. If all we have this one is 100%, like main story, then there's no way for the player to know whether they have missed something. But once again, this does loop back to the whole thing about it more being for completionists rather than the casual player. S for story and L for lore. I don't know how intuitive that would be, and then we would have to localize it as well. I think it's too much numbers. Why do you need a percent when you just fill up the bar 78%? So how do you know what the bar means? I mean, it depends. If you only do main story progress, then that works. Then I think that's still intuitive. Like, what is it? Grim Fandango kinda did that. Grim Fandango save. Just they have this thing, which fills out as you save, right? So whenever you have a save, this thing will be more and more lit depending on how far you go. It's basically a progress bar, right? Just don't know whether I like data. And I feel like for the people that would like this, it's nice to have. I think it's possible that for, once again, the minority of people who want this, it's gonna benefit them a lot, whereas it probably doesn't hurt the casual player a lot to have this. Can have multiple bars too. Then we once again get a bit limited on space. Then we kinda need to do the tall slots instead. As in these ones. Because otherwise that would get too wide for these slots. If we would have them all. Puzzle piece. Par with everything on it. If found, the piece lights up. Bar not par. If you like data that much, then I feel then it might feel cleaner if you show some more data when you hover for a while. I mean, the whole screen is black, you have plenty of space. Yeah. And we did consider that as well, like having a separate window for this. Then again, then the thing becomes like, now we can make the save slots way smaller. Because there's no reason to have this much empty space on the save slots themselves. We can't just... Ah, wait, we could do... Just first I was thinking hovering this would fade something in here. You could also always show a box with placeholders, kinda how this looks. But rather it would say like maybe dash dash. Or like dash H, dash M. Blah blah blah. And then when you hover one of the slots, those get filled in. Like... basically doing like this. Like you have the back button, you have like the logo. And then you do smaller save slots. And then like specifically a data slot. Which updates when you hover these. Because if we remove the stats from here, there's no reason why the save slots should be this big. If we have a specific UI element for data, then it doesn't really make sense to... It feels like you might as well move all the data over to that one. It's gonna look uglier when you're not hovering something, because it's just gonna be a big, like, half-empty placeholder box. Empty slot. Never thought about doing it that way. Technically, load game is kinda redundant. Yeah, new load game. Like, it's fairly intuitive that if you click on start and you're presented with save slots, clicking one of those is going to load it. I feel like that's fairly intuitive. And then you just say like new game or whatever on the ones that are not. Also, just a small thing I haven't thought about. How did I do it here in terms of... Is new game a bit more faded out? I hope it is. Yeah, I did do it that way. Like, basically what I'm thinking is that potentially we could have just redesigned the slots themselves. If you remove load game, you could have put maybe save time and play time here, made the slot name smaller. So there's 3 here, and then you do all of the progress ones one by one here. Could do that as well. Holy shit! There's so many different ways you could do stuff like this. It's actually kinda mad. Ads? Nah, we're gonna snooze them ads. But the data slot is more of a photo album of your last saved game. Gotta show you some of my code, it's a lot better than my art. When my Unity finishes a build now, it runs Steam cmd command to upload the build to the relevant depots. Update the build description and post a message to my Discord when complete. Ooh, that's pretty fancy. File 1, name, timestamp, chapter, I guess that's like name of chapter or the quest of the chapter or something. It's probably the name of the chapter. Oh, and then an image. Interesting. Item 100%. Map 7%. %, complete. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we could make it way smaller that way as well. Why say slot blah blah? We could literally just put A, B, C. New game, load game. You could also just not even have... Technically, there's no reason why we need to to have a name on the slot. Like Binding of Isaac doesn't do that, do they? Oh, no, they do. They do file 1, 2, 3. What's going on? Usually the slot name is the details of the slot. Yeah, trying to figure out how to design these save slots, and I'm realizing that there are like a infinite amount of ways of doing this. Maybe save slot is better. Last played playtime. New game. This doesn't matter that much. Like, it's fair to keep in mind that we can redesign this whenever. Maybe it would be better to focus on building the system for progress right now. Exploration in progress, global progression, crystal skulls. So like the slot name would be the date of the slot. Don't think it matters. No, this is... I want to be clear. I'm very well aware that I am overthinking this. To be fair though, I find this quite interesting. Like, I think I know I'm a bit of a minority here, but I actually think UI is pretty fun. It's like considering the different ways you can do stuff. Yeah, this one has the list of a lot of stuff, and then I suppose this is main progression. 78%. I mean, it could be all of this combined as well, to be fair. What is this? Playtime and date. Story completed. Empty save slot. What you could do for yours is have the name of the room they saved in a feature next to progression percentage. Seems to be what a lot do, yeah. And that would be fairly easy, because I am gonna... Obviously I need to save where the player is, which I already do as well. So it's really easy getting that. Oh, there is one thing though. There's one slight issue with that. Sorry, there is some ads coming up in a little bit. You know what? No, there isn't. I'm gonna snooze these ones as well. The only issue with that is that we add quite a lot of localization, because that does mean that I'm gonna need to translate the name of every room in the game. And since this game only takes place in this house, and since you are gonna go back and forth a little bit, I feel like you could argue that the room you're in actually doesn't say that much about progress. In like a more... in a linear game with a more open, or with a bigger world or whatever, like the location might literally be like the chapter of the game, which it isn't really in, like even at the very end of the game, like right before you finish the game, you could go back to the first room and save. Right? So I wonder, it's definitely detail you could have and it's common to have, but I wonder how much it actually adds in our case. It's not already localized for like the map. No, I don't have any room names on the map. The only thing I do is I have certain markers on the map which might be localized for like things in the rooms, but the rooms themselves are not. I guess you could make it so that you actually select the slots as well, and then you open up a separate window, but the only thing with that stuff is that it's gonna add one more click to be able to play the game, and I don't know if I wanna do that. For that reason, I kinda prefer either having something like a pop-up thing show up, or just having it straight up on the save slot like this. I think I might just do this for the time being. There's one other thing we could have tried, just for the fun of it. Because some stuff here is fairly redundant. Technically, the entire right-hand side is redundant. You could argue. You don't need to have the name, you don't need to say load game. Like, I feel like most people intuitively understand that clicking a save file is going to load it. But then it kind of feels too... I mean, obviously we could move some of this stuff. It would feel maybe a little bit too empty. Should get rid of just that one. I was thinking if we could move some of this stuff to the left instead. Let me just see what this would look like. If we do that, and then we disable this one. Move that one up. Go to the stats. Disable that one. Line you here instead. Why put a name in the middle? Or just load the game in the middle? Stats on both sides. Now that feels a bit odd. I don't know if I like that. Maybe something like this would be cleaner. Like, skip the load game part. Move the timestamp and the playtime over there instead. And then keep the right side only for progress trackers. What's up, TechBots? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Good to have ya. Hope you're having a good Friday. Can I add more, let's see, spacing options, line. Maybe that's cleaner. It definitely feels a little bit more... It kind of feels more symmetrical or whatever. Like all the longer ones are on the left side. Everything that has to do with the file slots, the file save time and play time is on that side. All progress is on the right side. Any thoughts? I think if we're gonna do all of these progress trackers, I might actually prefer the middle one. And I think it's fine removing load game as well. Because I think it's intuitive enough. I think people understand that, like, after you click start, if you're presented with save slots, I feel like it's fairly intuitive that clicking on a previous save is going to load it. Ads should be over. Welcome back, people. Any thoughts? Upper or lower save slots? Which one do you guys prefer? Well, for simplicity, we could even do this. Slot A or slot B? Which one do you guys prefer? Been a somewhat rough day, mostly because my body haven't fully adjusted to my type 2 diabetes medication. Some day side effects just decide to kick in a bit extra. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope it gets better. I don't know, I'm kinda leaning towards slot B, to be honest. It feels a little bit more clean. Because this one becomes very, this one is like very clean on the left-hand side. Kinda busy or messy on the right-hand side. This one feels a little bit more even. New save system. It's not a new system, but it's basically just me redesigning the save slots. Well, one thing that will be new is that I'm considering adding more like progress trackers. So from the beginning, I had only planned to do 1% for like how far through the main story you are. But I'm considering to add more progress trackers. Such as having main story, like full completion, as well as amount of collectible items. But I feel like that did make this slot, because then I kind of have to line these up on the same row, and it feels a little bit messy. I don't super mind this one. Kinda feels more even. In that case, if we're gonna do this, how big can I make the symbols? I think we tried... Let's see, stats. That one is 6 pixels tall. Oh, but wait. If I make the icon 6 pixels tall, is it going to touch the one below? But I could make the save slot slightly taller too, that's not really an issue. Because we do have some extra space here. Could slightly minimize the space between them. I don't think that's the biggest issue. Didn't I save some of these I did the other day? Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh no, wait, not in-game UI. UI. No? Maybe I didn't. So what did I do here? That is 6 pixels. I think that might be fine. Oh, the book is 1 extra pixel though, isn't it? It is. Can I just do this? Don't know how intuitive it is. Maybe. I mean, I think with the context, this should be understandable. Especially since one number is always gonna be higher than the other one. So, you know, this one might actually say something like 48. 69, nice. It probably, I would suspect this being, like, with the whole context of the other ones. Like, since this one has a max amount, I think it's immediately obvious, even if you wouldn't have seen any collectible items yet, I think it's understandable that this refers to some collectible. Especially once you have found one, which everyone is gonna find at least one of these, guaranteed. And then if you see a trophy, I feel like that's intuitive. And even if this doesn't immediately read super clearly as a book, with the context of this being full completion, I feel like people, and this having a higher percentage, I feel like people probably understand that that's gonna refer to the main story. Probably. I'm going to try it. Oh yeah, this was when I was thinking about doing symbols for time and date as well. I don't think that's necessary though, like the format is enough for you to understand that it's a date and time. Meow Literary, how you doing? Good to see you, mate. How you been? Okay, I think I might actually redesign it this way. I feel like that looks cleaner. I think so. School keeps me busy. Okay, let's see, how do we do this? Yes, we're gonna go into the prefab. What's this background music? It is the Binding of Isaac soundtrack. Been using it for quite some time now. It's fucking Streambeats ended up removing the playlist that I listen to every day for like half a year. And I haven't been able to find a new one, so I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna put on some Binding of Isaac music. I've never played it, so they're rare to me. It's a good game, man, you should definitely try it. If you like roguelikes and stuff, I suppose. Definitely one of my favorite games of all time. Streambeats did what? They removed the they removed a bunch of music from YouTube. I don't know why. I never heard anything like why they did it, but it was a bit unfortunate. I think I'm gonna flip this. Do date and then time instead. And then we need to change this now, so we're gonna have one called completion, but I think the first one is going to be main story. I think the second one might be the... I'm just gonna call this collectibles. And then last one being completion, like full completion. Maybe they want you to use a Spotify playlist because that is how they earn the money. Yeah, probably. That's probably a good shout. Kinda big brain move that. I was going to say, yeah, but they're monetized on... But no, they should be able to monetize it on YouTube. Why wouldn't they be able to monetize it on YouTube? Because even though they don't you don't get copyright for using that trash, that doesn't block them from earning ad revenue. Or maybe they just didn't do ads, so they didn't earn anything from it. But it's ironic because the reason, like, I don't pay for Spotify, so if I listen to music on Spotify, I also get ads. Okay, let's see, what is the... Oh, I don't have any spacing here nor here, okay. What if we... It would be kinda nice if these lined up, but the only way to do that is to have this be the same size. Because now that looks like it has less spacing. Same time, I don't know if I want to do this. That would be the most consistent though, or like symmetrical. Everything is a ploy to add a paywall. Spacing from the sides look different as well. You know what's probably easier? To take this one and actually align you. Here. And then just add padding to the left. Same thing here. And then padding to the right. And on these, I would actually like to add a content size fitter for horizontal. I think that should work, right? And then if this becomes longer, we just push it to the left. Yeah. Now, let's go to UI. And we're gonna grab our new little symbols here. I have UI icon main story. UI icon beads. UI icon... Ah, fuck it. Trophy. Apply. Let's do something more realistic here. Let's say collectibles is gonna be like 3 out of 12. Completion... it's gonna be something like that. Main progress is gonna be something like that. Now what I would like to do is to add a child image, and we're gonna do icon. Let's see, this is the first one, so that would be this. Probably do the same color as the slot. Boom. It is a little bit big. That is probably too big. Yeah, that is definitely too big. Shite. That is tricky, because I don't know if I can make these smaller. I can make... What would I need? Like 1 pixel here, 1 pixel here. We need 1, 2, 3... We would need like 4 pixels. We should definitely make the slots 2 pixels taller, or 4 pixels taller, I suppose. To get this to fit. Good thing then is that we could potentially up the size of the text a bit. Yeah, I think I might actually make these bigger. Oh, this is my save slot, isn't it? I should make that one... We should make this one... what do you call it? Sliced or whatever. Like we did with the description box. Or I just used the description box here. Then we don't have sharp edges though. Which I think I want for this. I think I'm gonna make that one sliced. How do I... Oh no, shit. Does it need to be its own... Yeah, description box. It needs to be its own sprite, doesn't it? If I'm gonna make it sliced. Pure evil, cough, I mean philanthropist. Where would you add one to this game? Oh, where I would add a paywall to this game? I would add a hint button and have you pay to get a hint. Big brain move. And then just focus on making the puzzles way too difficult. Or make this smaller, but I would need to make you at least get rid of 1 pixel. Kinda looks like a wine glass. That kinda works. It still looks kinda cramped. I think I would have to make the save slots a bit bigger if I'm gonna do the icon thing. It is a little bit busy though. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go with it for now. Okay, so we're gonna keep these. And then what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna copy this one. We're gonna make a new sprite. And I think this needs to be the same size. And then we are going to export this. Is this where I put the description box? I did. So we're gonna call this... I'm just gonna call this box. Sure thing. And export you. Is this the one? I think so. Point no, blah blah blah. No compression. And then what do I need to do? Single full rect. I'm just gonna copy whatever I did here. Wait, can I copy the entire import settings? I don't know. Is that it? Looks correct to me. And we're gonna go in here, and how do I do this? Pivot. Sprite edited, custom outline. How? Oh no, it was something with the... I moved the green things, don't I? Is that what I do? Yeah, it is. Wait, does that mean that... No, I still think this has to be its own sprite. Okay, so now we have the corner pixels here. We're gonna apply this. Then... I'm gonna go back to our save slot. I'm gonna find the image. And we're gonna change this into... a box. How much big is this? How much padding do I have here? That's like what? 3 pixels all around it. So 6 pixels less on height and width is the size I had. Maybe... I don't think I really do need to make this any wider. I think we can keep the same width, but then we would add at least a little bit to the height. I mean, it's kind of what looks good in terms of the spacing here that matters. Which we currently have none of. Do I like this? Let's see. Okay, let's try that spacing. And now we have the 26, 25. Am I crazy, or does that not look pixel perfect? That native size. Should be correct as well. That it definitely feels like we need more padding, so let's go 26. Let's see, spacing 1. Let's go here, spacing 1. And then go out of here. Save slot 1, overrides. No, I don't want to revert all. That's risky. Let's revert that one. Because I think I have references in the scene here, which we don't want to change. Let's revert you. And then obviously we need a bit more spacing in here, so let's go like 8 maybe. Would it look better to put the icons on the right instead? As in doing this? I feel like that could look better. That is, we need to swap this so the text should be a child object of the icon instead. Ah, I see. Let's put you from the right side of your parent. Yeah. And then add like, or do like minus. That's not gonna work. Oh yeah, because you actually need to be... Wait, you are aligned to the right. How does that make sense? Okay, fuck it. This is definitely like, what you call it? Productive procrastination. Like, I have so much more important things I should be doing. Oh well. It's kind of fun though. Okay, something is still odd here. Why is... Oh, you need to move here. Ah, I see. Now I wonder, is this fine now? What happens if I type? That's not fine. Because I need to move your pivot over here, I think. Is that what I need to do? Yeah. So on U2 as well, pivot X should be 1. Excuse me? Did I not save? Why are these messed up? Overrides. Wait, I can select all of these, can't I? No. I am not gonna revert all, because that is way too risky. Collectibles, rect transform, revert. Slot action, that one doesn't matter. Think I prefer that. Let's see what it looks like when it actually loads it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have the texts that I have not added to the code yet. Those are still gonna be there. Yeah. So I guess we should disable all of the icons as well as all of those texts. when you don't have a save. And then we just do like a big new game here instead. Which means I'm going to add this one over here. Now we can just disable the entire stats game object if you don't have one. And then I'm gonna put this one... guess I'll just send to you. For safety, let's add a content size fitter, preferred size horizontally. Then this is going to say new game. We need to go in here. Let's see here, playtime, date, completion. So here we need 2 more. One is going to be... okay, I'm just gonna do main story, collectibles, and completion. Delete button, bum bum bum. I feel like the empty save text color could be a little bit darker than we had it. Let's lower that a little bit. Update slot. Okay, completion here. Action.text get localized string, no. Action.text get localized string menu new game, yes. I guess I could just add a localized string thing now instead. But now I also need to make sure that this game object is set active true. And then if you have a save, then we're going to disable that one. If you don't have a save file, I also want to make sure that main story text is equal to string empty, as well as the collectibles.text. Now, for now, I'm gonna just hardcode this. So we're gonna say that full completion is at 46%. You have 2 out of 12 collectibles. And the main story is like 69% completed. Let's remember to assign those as well. Stats. Let's see, a main story. Boom. Collectibles. Boom. Oh yeah, we also need to... We need to deactivate all of the stats. Because otherwise the icons are still going to be there, which is unnecessary. Let's add another game object, which is going to be stats. And if you don't have a save file, I would like to say stats, set active false. If you do have a save file, we of course want to instead activate this. Oh, wait a second. Gotta assign it as well. Stats is this one. Let's have a look. See how that feels. Okay, those two are bugged. Oh yeah, they are overridden, aren't they? Slot action ret transform reverts. Revert. I didn't revert all here, did I? No. What is up, Jin? Welcome in. Where the fuck was my Twitch notification? Did you not get one? Hashtag scammed. I'll let it slide this time, Piroggi. Oh, that's funny. I don't know if Piroggi did get the first today, did he? I don't think so, actually. Lest kept secret. Welcome in. How you doing? And how have you been, Jin? I've spent way too much time redesigning my save slots. Probably not worth it, but here we are.
Lou Asoft 10 challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it! I could do icons on the left as well. Do the whole clock, calendar, maybe a save file type thing here. Make it even more symmetrical or whatever. We'll see. But first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a marble race. 30-second times the charm. Still holding my slot. Can see it. Where is it? Early birds. You are indeed. Well, technically you're shared. But for some reason the bot decided that you are first. So, you know, a win's a win. Head to Bolt, food was ready, missed your paywall secrets. Oh, that's funny. Luasoft, do you have a preferred map? What was my paywall idea? Oh yeah, we would have a hint button and we made all of the puzzles super difficult, and then we have a hint button that you have to pay for. Big brain move. Teleporter, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, type !join in the chat if you want to enter the race. Let's also start a prediction whether or not you think that the challenger, Luasoft, will win. 2 minutes to gamble away your channel points. Go ahead and do so now. Camarao Lendario, bem-vindo pá. How you doing, man? welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. Mid marbles indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Type exclamation mark join if you want to race with some marbles. Feel free to gamble some channel points as well if you'd like to. Also, a big shout out to Camarao Lendario, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. What have you been up to, Camarao? Anything you wanna share? Feel free to do so. Not a bad idea. Sometimes super hard puzzles is all it takes to become YouTube famous and become a millionaire. Yeah, for anyone coming in from Camarao's raid, I go by Mad Chirpy, and this is a little side project we started a while ago, but I am currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which, fuck it, here's a little trailer for ya. There we have it. Demo is out on Steam, so go and check it out if you're interested. Make sure to wishlist the game, all of that good stuff. The prediction is over. We currently have 10,000 points bet on the challenger winning and only 1,000 against the challenger. This does not make sense with the odds in mind, but you know what? We'll take it. I thought Shroud was the side project and Marbles is main. Have I been scammed? No. Surely you must be right. The last marble has dropped. At this point I should start non-believing. I would still get great returns. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna start the race. If anyone else wants to join, type exclamation mark join in the chat. Otherwise we're gonna be starting in about 10 seconds. Here we go. Let's see whether or not Luasoft, the challenger, can make it first into the goal. Straight down into the teleporter. Luasoft does take the lead, but does get bounced out of the spinner and immediately loses it. Currently we have Camarao and Techbox in the lead going into the Plinko section. Jin taking a pretty good route there though, battling it out with Camarao at the moment. Luasoft is back in the lead though. Can he? Ooh, he struggles through the swooshes though, gets hit by pretty much every single one. Once again, Camarao takes the lead away from Luasoft, going into the spinner section here. We still have the second teleporter though. 3 Camaraos in the lead. Camarao absolutely nails it through the teleporter section there and ends up in both first and second place. Techbox third, Luasoft the challenger in 4th place. We have Camarao in 5th as well, Jin, Luasoft, and the double Jin and Luasoft. Although the challenger did not win, they did get a lot of marbles on the leaderboard, but yes, Camarao did win, which unfortunately for the believers does mean that the challenger did not. So the 10,000 points from the believers will be split amongst the non-believers. Some people are gonna have a great fucking return on their investment here, eh? So with that, we are going to end the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing, as always. For anyone coming in, we've been working on some UI for our save slots. So far so good. There was something I messed up, wasn't there? Let me check again. I was the second winner, GG, still something. Second winner, aka last place. So first I lose my points to your FNAF runs, then marbles. I'm starting to see some animosity there, Chirpy. Nice 10k win, absolutely insane. Nothing like losing your marbles live on stream. Let's see. I mean, this looks fine. I definitely think we should do some neat little animation here when you go into the save slots. Like maybe fading out the menu and like sliding the save slots up or something. Feel like that should be pretty neat.
Don't forget to save.
That is probably a good shout. This doesn't... Oh, I did 2 pixels. Is it cheated to do 1.5? That is technically not pixel perfect. It feels like it could have been... Oh, you know, we could make the text bigger on the other side. Because it feels a lot more heavy on the right-hand side now, doesn't it? Potentially, if we want to go above and beyond, should add symbols on this side as well, but I don't think that's necessary. Okay, let's make the text a little bit bigger and then do a commit on this. I can't believe I spent pretty much the entire day just redesigning save slots. Probably not the most efficient way I could have spent my time, but oh well, it happens. How do we do this? Titles. I feel like we should make all of these a little bit bigger. Maybe not that big. Maybe that's fine. What about 4.5? Nothing says this has to be even now either. Like, I could make the... go back to having the slot name be a bit bigger if we wanted to. But it does feel a little bit... doesn't look as clean. These also don't look like... there's no way that... Okay, this is centered. But the text... is definitely further down, isn't it? Oh, but that's not centered. 6, 6... all of these are 6 in height. We only have padding from the left. Align middle left. That doesn't make it... oh, it's because this one is too small. Ah, I think that's it. What if I make this like 23? Yeah, that's more centered, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's better. Your icons are different amount of pixels, and it's the first thing I notice. This one is not as wide. It's really annoying, because I don't know how to fix that. Because these kind of need to have a middle pixel, but this one is going to be too tiny if I make it a uneven amount. And I can't only make it wider, because then it's not going to be round. It's a little bit of a predicament I put myself in here. I assume that's what you meant, the fact that it doesn't line up on the left side. It's like, it's not going to make sense to do this, right? Because now it's not a... now it's not a circle anymore. But I can't make it this even. I mean, maybe I could. But then, yeah, what would I do here? Get rid of that one? It's definitely a challenge when I need middle pixels for these for them to make sense. Sorry guys, we have some ads running. But I can't do it on this one. Posted a new tiles I made in your Discord server, by the way. Ooh, let me check it out. Kabali, welcome in, man. Bem-vindo. How you doing? Let's check out the show your work section here on Discord. If anyone else wants to join the Discord, feel free to do so. I think it's less noticeable if it's 1 pixel to the left. We could try. We could try and see how that... Because I don't know if I wanna... I could also center it, but that means that they are not gonna be pixel perfect aligned, which might look better for a non-pixel purist, but I am ashamed to say I am a little bit of a pixel purist. Let's see, we have a new short from Pons. I have no idea what that is. Oh yeah, I saw that one posted somewhere. Looking good. Coming out, new tiles made, still need some work, but they have better colors and now have some extruding pixels. Oh yeah, look at that. Looks nice, man. This instantly looks like a Nether portal. I don't know if it's meant to, but the color scheme immediately just shouts Nether portal in my mind. Just a random little side point here. I guess the color schemes and the fact that it's blocks. Yeah, looks really nice, man. I need to check out your game someday. I have so many games I need to get through. I actually think I need to make a list soon, to be honest. If the single 6x6 icon visible for 2 seconds is what causes your game to fail, it was probably not meant to be. That is a pretty fair point as well. Shut up. Anyway. Okay, let's move you here and see what happens. Ads should be over. Welcome back. Didn't mean to use those together, but then I did and it looked like an amethyst geode. Make the other 2 items 1 pixel taller so you can adjust the circle. We only need... Oh yeah, wait, I need to add 1 to the width of this one. So I only need to add 1 pixel to height. The save slot, it is going to push the entire save slot to be like 5 pixels taller. Maybe not, wait. No, because it would only be 1, 2, 3. No, it would be 3 pixels taller. Still have some space here. In worst case, we could just fade out the logo when you click the start button too. That is possible, if we need the extra space here. We could do a little title like select the save slot or some shit like that. It probably is. I do probably agree though that it is less noticeable when it's more aligned to the left. Obviously, if you look closely, you can still see that they don't line up perfectly, but... Seems like I was wrong. Never mind. I definitely think it's an improvement, though. The bigger pixels, I mean? Oh, okay. I'm hungry, don't mind me, no worries, man. Making the entire slots bigger. I feel like we are starting to push it if we're gonna keep the... Oh, we could also move the logo. If we wanna be real fancy. Like when you click start. Maybe you slide the save slots up. And also push the logo a little bit up or something as an animation. Oh yeah, I still think I want to reform... Oh, no, wait. The date time thingy, that's auto-formatted, isn't it? Wait, how do I do this? Check play time... No, I format the date to the culture info thingy. But then I decide here. Yeah, so I think I want to flip this. I think I want the time here instead. I think that would look better. Small detail, but... Have you tried drawing your pixels bigger? That is illegal. You might actually get away with the circle being bigger, not adjusting the other two at all, which would be extra lines. Yeah. That is true, then we only need to add one more pixel on each one. And since that one is in the middle, it would still be centered. The spacing would be uneven from the edge and the other texts. Their spacing would be a bit uneven in terms of the space to the edge and the space to the next text. But that's probably not as big of an issue, to be honest. We could actually try it. UI. I keep laughing at myself. I spent like fucking almost 4 hours polishing a fucking save slot. UI icon collectibles 2, sure. Collectibles. That actually barely is noticeable. The fact that that one is 1 pixel taller is way less noticeable than it being 1 pixel less wide, 1 pixel narrower. Yeah. Still, this does not look pixel perfect to me. Am I fucking crazy? No, no, wait, I know why it is. I think it's the color. I know we humans have a thing where we experience brighter colors to be bigger. But wait, this spacing looks odd. No, it doesn't look right. Am I crazy? All of these should be set to native size. Oh wait. So these are 7, so we have 21. If we have 1 spacing everywhere, we would have 22, 23, 24, 25. And I think the slot is 26, so yeah, we do add half a pixel. So you would have to be either 27 to have 2 pixels, or 25 to have a 1 pixel width. It feels like you would want to have more spacing than that though. So in that case, probably 27. And maybe we should make the text here a little bit bigger then. Save slots. Now the spacing looks a little bit... Let's do 9. And then maybe you down a little bit. Back button is very far down now, but let's see, we might do something where we push the logo up in some animation or some shit. It should also... No wait, this has a content size fitter, doesn't it? Yeah, but only horizontal, I think. I should make this a little bit smaller. Let's see what that feels like. Just the column width is consistent, yeah. The top and bottom was 6 tall and middle is 7, yeah. Oh yeah, I miscalculated it. It ended up correctly anyway. But yeah, you're very much correct. I said 21, but it wasn't 21. It was 19. I would say that the back button almost... It feels like this is too far down. I think I might do the thing where we made some transition here. And what we actually do is fade out the entirety of the main menu. So we can push this higher, and then maybe just add one more localized title here, saying something like select save file or some shit. Or It's just there's no reason to have the logo here, technically. Because otherwise we could also move, like, reposition the entire main menu a bit. Like, move the logo a little bit higher, move the buttons a bit. We even move version number to a lower corner since it's not important information. Yeah. I think I might just remove the entire logo here. Because even the logo isn't important information in this specific menu. Because you're always gonna see the logo here anyway. So then maybe when you click start, we fade out the main menu, we slide the slots up, and then we have a new title saying like select save slot or something. And then we can center that entire thing. I feel like that might be the way to go. Yeah. I think I might do something like that. IPO, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Because yeah, right now it feels kind of awkward to click the back button. If we faded out the entirety of the main menu, we could instead, like, basically center this. I think that would feel a lot better. So basically, save slots would be their own thing here. We should take the temporary disclaimer that we had and turn this into a title saying something like, I don't do capitalization like that. Select save slot. And then center the entire thing. How would that look without the main menu? Yeah, we'll just move it all up 10-15 pixels and be done. Oh shit, this looks kinda empty, doesn't it? Maybe it's just because I'm used to having the logo there as well, but it does feel a lot more empty. Should continuously make these larger to cover up more space. Logo added interest, yeah. I think this probably would be fine if we like align everything correctly and so on, but it does feel surprisingly empty. Yeah, maybe we would have to do the thing where we... just move the logo. So we made some animation. When you disable the main menu buttons, we like slide this up and maybe that slightly pushes the logo up. Or the cheeky thing we could do right now is to say, fuck it, just change the fucking position of the logo. Just take the logo, move it up. Then I suppose here as well, I could make the layout group actually use child scale height, right? That didn't make any difference, did it? Okay, so we do this instead. We're gonna take the back button. We're gonna do a layout element. Ignore layout. Move this up. Then we should keep the back button a little bit closer. Let's see what that feels like. Because I think this position of the logo is fine. I don't think this is gonna update for Chinese now though, is it? Because that one has an override. No, that looks fine. Riven Main, welcome in, how you doing? Oh yeah, the Chinese logo also is a little bit... It is not as tall as the English one. I still think we, no matter what, I think we should have a little animation here. I do think you would add a whole lot of polish. doing something where we fade this menu out and then like slide the save slots up or something. Feel like that would look quite neat. Did you make a specific logo for Chinese? I did indeed. I actually decided to not only localize my game to Chinese, but localize the title as well, and that is everywhere, so even on Steam. If you go to Steam and we would change language to simplified Chinese, I actually have a simplified Chinese title for the game, the new caps art with the Chinese title as well. You know, I did go a little bit above and beyond here. I even have the trailer in Chinese. With all of that text in Chinese as well as the logo at the end. I went ahead and pretty much fully localized the game into simplified Chinese. You did this for Chinese only? Yes. For most other languages, I feel like... I don't think you have to do it for Chinese. But if you are going to localize the title to any language, I feel like Chinese, maybe Japanese, Korean are probably the ones where it makes the most sense. Because I think, for example, like I would never localize the title to Swedish. Let's be honest here. If I wasn't Swedish, I probably wouldn't even localize my game to it. I probably would if someone wanted to, but let's put it this way instead. I would never recommend someone to localize the game to Swedish, because I don't know if I know a single person in Sweden who plays games in Swedish. But also, I don't think we, generally speaking, we don't really localize titles here. And I think that goes for most of the, you know, most of the West. Like for Germanic and like Romance languages and so on, I feel like we don't tend to localize titles as much. I feel like for me as a Swede, I would feel a little bit odd if I saw a title localized to Swedish. Like, that would just be a bit odd to me. However, I think Chinese players might have more appreciation for a localized title. Obviously, this is a little bit of assumptions here, but I don't have actual data on this. This is like Chinese to me. How you doing? What is up, Red Cabin? Good to see you, man. For the menu animation, it would be cool if you had a door close, making everything dark or black, and then when it opens, the new menu options are up. I actually already have a bit of animations with the door. So when you first boot up the game, the door is closed, and then it pops open. There you go. You can even hear... I don't know if you guys could hear it because the volume is a bit low, but you can hear the sound of the door opening up. When you quit, which it doesn't work in Unity, but the door closes. So just like a second before the game actually closes, you will hear the door close. And then, of course, last but certainly not least, when you start the game, you actually go through the door with a little animation thing there, and then you get an error. You forgot that it's really, really funny to translate to Swedish? Yeah. No, it's odd because it's so unusual to see games in Swedish that most of the time it just ends up sounding a bit funny. I did localize this game to Swedish. Mainly just for the... I mean, a lot of it was just for fun and also for like localization testing. But it just feels odd. I personally, I wouldn't play this game in Swedish. I would be surprised if a lot of players actually, even Swedes, would select it. Like there's even, I recently saw a YouTube video from a fellow Swede who played a demo, and like he legitimately started laughing when he saw that the game was translated to Swedish. Which is like, I think that's like the general reaction you get from a Swede. It's just like, it's odd seeing that, holy shit, did they actually take the time to localize the game into this little language? Wait a minute, is this accurate? What do you mean, IPO? As a Dane, I always find it weird all games got translated to Swedish and not Danish. I think you're one of the 7 big ones now. One of the 7... I don't know what you mean by one of the 7 big ones. Like, I think... Like, obviously, Sweden is big in, like, game development and stuff. Like, we are as far as I'm aware, there's, like, a very large amount of game developers in Sweden per capita or whatever. But the thing is that I just think it stems from the fact that I just don't think Swedish people play games localized. Culturally, Sweden has large pockets of people that are mainly afraid of English. Talk to enough women and you feel like it's almost everyone. Yeah, but I don't know if the same can be said for the average gamer in Sweden. Is English a natural second language in Sweden? Yeah, not natural but official, compulsory school. Yeah, it's I don't know as far as saying natural second language, but on average, Sweden has among the highest English comprehension outside of English-speaking countries. Also, welcome in S-Funk, hope you're doing well. Yeah, pretty much everyone speaks at least possible English, yeah. So if I want to speak to a Swedish girl, I don't speak in English. I mean, in day-to-day life, people probably would still prefer speaking Swedish, but it is interesting. I actually think, honestly, I think that Swedish is one of the harder languages to learn because of the English proficiency in Sweden. Like, and also the fact that Swedes don't want to be like... Swedes want to be accommodating. We don't want, like, to create any friction. So as soon as someone speaks, like... You know, if someone doesn't speak perfect Swedish, people are very quick to switch into English, which actually makes learning Swedish more difficult. It's one of those where people do it out of kindness, but in the long run, it kind of hurts the people who want to learn the language. Animation looks pretty slick so far though, thank you very much, man. Probably a 50-50 chance you'll be intimidating. S-Funk, thank you very much for the follow as well. I love my hagelbrakare in Space Scavenger 1. Wait, do you actually have that? Wait, as in, did you localize the game itself, or did you just have one item that you decided to name in Swedish? Danes don't play in Danish either, unless maybe Minecraft. Yeah, I think, in general, I think a lot of gamers, like, universally, are quite used to playing in English. But it's certainly the case that some audiences will prefer or appreciate localization more than others. Generally speaking, you can look at the countries that dub them. Like, the more a country dubs their, like, TV shows and stuff, the more likely they are to want to play a video game in said language as well. I feel like that is a fairly good correlation. So most of the Germanic languages are probably very used to playing in English. If you are gonna localize to a Germanic language, I think German might be the... You know, from a business standpoint, I think that's the best one to localize for. Because I think there's more German speakers that would be inclined to play a game in German. Also, I thought your game looked familiar. Seen you on Blue Sky before. New follow and wishlist. Looking forward to seeing how this game turns out. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, I definitely don't post enough to Blue Sky, but I do throw a little post up every now and again. I don't know when the last one was, though. It probably has been a little while. I need to get on my marketing game. Again, I really do. Yeah, so final things for this, I think a little animation here. I don't think I'm gonna bother with the settings menu. Maybe at some point if I feel like I have the time, but that's gonna be like the lowest of priorities. But this feels like a bigger change, because in general the settings menus look more similar to each other, so I don't feel like it's... There's not as much friction. Here I feel like it would be nice to have a little animation. So I think fading out all of the buttons and maybe slightly... We could fade in the save slots and slightly move them up into place. I think could look really neat. Just so we don't scam anyone, Swedish people want to appear accommodating, but are globally speaking relatively selfish and stingy. Speeds up interactions. We localized it, and I think we went with Hagelbrakare instead of Hagelgevär because it was funny and no one would ever notice anyway, sort of an inside joke. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I think, like I said, if you are a speaker and you don't mind doing it, I don't think there's... Like, it doesn't hurt to localize a game into Swedish, right? However, if you are like a indie game developer with like limited funds and you have to pay someone to do the localization for you, then as a Swede, I would definitely say that Swedish should be like around the bottom of that list of languages to localize for. Never would have thought about translation like that. Started noticing Crunchyroll has German, Spanish, Brazilian dubs more often now. Yeah, and those are some of the, you know, more popular languages to localize games for as well. You also have the Steam user language. I found something on this before. Most popular languages on Steam. English, Chinese, simplified Chinese, Russian, Spanish, Brazilian, Portuguese, German, Japanese, French, and then we start going down to like less than 2%. Some of these I think are a little bit, like you shouldn't take them at face value, because I know I looked into this, because this strikes me as very odd. Only 0.72% of users use Latin American Spanish, whereas Spanish from Spain has 4.43%, which doesn't make that much sense because there's way more speakers in Latin America. But I actually found out that from the beginning they actually didn't have Latin American Spanish. So most of the people back in the days who made accounts in Latin America got defaulted to Spanish from Spain as their like language. So a lot of them just never bothered to switch back to Latin American Spanish. So therefore, Spanish from Spain is a larger language on Steam today, which is kind of interesting. Easter eggs buried in localization is genius. I still prefer the obligatory pet photos hidden out of bounds. Maybe I should do that, add a pet photo somewhere. Good old EFIGs. Is that a acronym for the languages? Like, what's the one for the... What is it? CJK? Chinese, Japanese, Korean, that people tend to say. If so, I think the main one you would be missing, because I assume that in that case it's English, French, Italian, German, and Spanish. I think Brazilian Portuguese is definitely one of the top as well. Because I think Italian is way further down, yeah. On Steam, Brazilian Portuguese, 4.22%. whereas Italian 0.67. Then again, as someone who is a huge language nerd, I still want to localize my game into as many languages as possible, because I think it's fucking cool. I think it's dope to be able to play my game in a bunch of languages. Oh, it's perfect. I could actually use my own game as a way of practicing other languages now. Is that not pretty cool? Polski. I'm pretty happy with this. I just said we need to do some little animation here. But I don't think that's gonna be a priority. The thing I was supposed to do today, which I didn't do fuck all of, was to actually make the progress system, so maybe that's what we'll do next time, because I don't think I'm gonna have time to do it today. I'm mad focused, cheater, what are you on about? Did you use this service for your localization? This service? What you mean, Red Cabin? The chi is picking a game that doesn't require much text. Actually, kinda true. Fortunately, my game is fairly low. Like, you could definitely have less text than I do. Like, obviously, I still have, like, in-game documents and stuff. However, in, like, the grand scheme of things, I don't have a lot. Because, for example, I barely have, or like, I don't have any dialogue in the game, right? Like, if you do, like, imagine if you do, like, a branching paths narrative, like, dialogue-heavy game, like, there's probably way more localization you need to do. The website you had open? Oh, this one? No, I didn't. I've only visited this one out of curiosity to see what the most common languages on Steam are. The vast majority of my localization has been done by the community. So I translated the game into English, Swedish, and Brazilian and European Portuguese. And then I had localizers from the community double check the Portuguese for me, because I'm by no means fluent. And then almost every other language is also done by community members, Chinese being the only exception where I did pay a localizer to do it for me. With that being said, if anyone is interested, I do have a Google form where you can apply to localize the game. Every time Chavi says however, I feel like he's gonna end the stream. Oh shit. That is kind of funny. Yeah, I do have a habit of doing that, which is ironic because I also have a habit of saying however quite a lot. It's one of those words I've started overusing a little bit. I can... Oh, it's so funny. I just visualize Cheetah sitting there being like, oh no, okay, now we're fine. Every time I say however. Oh, that's funny. On the plus side, once you get localization for menus, common stuff, you can also reuse most of it in all future games. Yeah, very true. Just like this stuff, for example, you only need to localize it once, right? There's no need for me to localize settings and a quit button and so on. It's more like, you know, the game-specific stuff, like the documents or very niche things you might have. Like, for example, my collectible item that we added is like a rosary bead. Like, I'm probably not gonna reuse that localization key a lot. But a lot of stuff we will definitely be able to reuse for future games. I think after this game, I'm gonna separate my localization sheet and actually make a specific sheet for, like, do it in like categories. Because right now I just have one massive localization sheet. I think I'm gonna do it with like different tabs or like different sheets for menu, I don't know, in-game UI stuff, etc. So then I can just like grab the menu sheet every time I localize a game. That's a good thing about game development in general. You earn a lot on having made games before. Like there's, especially like, imagine if my next game I decide to make another point and click game. Like the amount of systems that I could borrow from this game is like mind-boggling. I could like, this game I've worked on for more than a year now. I think I could pump out another point-and-click game in like a few months, because almost all I would have to do is to make content and art, I suppose. So like, but if I kept to another like semi-minimalistic art style or something that's feasible for me to make, or art assets that is, I could reuse so many of these systems, man, and just do new content. Or make a sequel. That's not a promise, by the way. I probably won't. I'm gonna say now, it's fairly unlikely that I'm gonna make a sequel to this game. Unless the game becomes a fucking massive success and I go full sellout mode and I'm like, fuck it, might as well capitalize on it. No, probably not. I think it's very... I think it's fairly unlikely that I would do a sequel to this game. But I'm not gonna say never. But even if I didn't make a point-and-click game, I still think there's so much that I could have that I could reuse from this. Like obviously I have the entire like event system and like the you know, my script for handling like game states and stuff. And a lot of this stuff, like settings, like there's no reason for me to start writing new code to handle audio. I'm just gonna reuse the same system. As long as it doesn't have problems and it's fine, might as well do it. My entire credits controller, why not reuse it? The system that keeps track of your playtime, the save system itself. Obviously I use easy save, which is an asset, but I basically have my own wrapper around it, or whatever you want to call it, and like that's something I can reuse. Like it is interesting. You definitely earn a lot on just having made games before, as long as you obviously, you know, if you code stuff relatively decently and with like modularity, flexibility and so on, which by no means I have always done, but I try to. A proud Swede should be able to do both Norwegian, Danish and Finnish by themselves. I could probably do I could probably guess my way to do a half shitty Norwegian and Danish one. No way on the Finnish one. In that case, I would just override it so every button says particular and then like call it a day. Yeah, I always try to build modular to vary in success. Yeah, exactly. Because that is the thing. Like, if you... But that's actually, unironically, I think one of the main things that made me write better code is the fact that I started thinking about code as something reusable. Because when I started doing game dev, like, it might sound fucking idiotic, but I honestly didn't really think about the fact that I can like reuse scripts. Like, obviously I might copy-paste some code from an earlier game or something, but the fact that I could try and make a script that's just flexible and modular enough to use in another game, for some reason it just didn't like... I didn't realize that until way too late. And when I did, I actually think it's something very important to think of, because I noticed myself that I started writing much better, more flexible, more modular code to some extent. Of course, I still write. I'm by no means trying to say I don't write shitty code every now and again. Of course I do. I'm still a fucking rookie. But relatively speaking, I actually think my code in general, got a lot better once I started thinking about code as something reusable. Because then you know that, like, you know, I know it's gonna, if this is something that could be useful in the future, I'm basically wasting time for future me by not making a flexible, like, modular script that I could reuse. That's why I really thought about listening to that point-and-click adventure podcast, thinking about Sierra Online and LucasArts developing these early engines and just banging games out. Yeah, I think that's a good example of it. Like, they basically ended up doing they did do their own, like, point-and-click engines. And then, I mean, surely they reiterated on it and they improved things over time and so on. But they probably saved a shit ton of time doing that, right? Because a lot of those games were probably majority content that they actually worked on. It's funny how many people get sick of that game and never want to make a sequel. For me though, I don't know, it's not really about me being sick of the game. Like, I don't think I would, like, personally mind making a sequel to this game. I just don't know if it makes sense. Because, like, I wouldn't know what to do with the sequel more so, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's some of those... I would be afraid that a sequel to this game could turn out similar to... You know when you watch a series and there's like three seasons in that does this really great ending of the season that like ties everything together and you're like, yeah, damn, that was fucking spectacular. And then they release 2 more like half decent seasons where you're like, it kind of feels like they should have just ended it before. Or like a movie would be the same. Like maybe there's a, you know, you watch one movie and you're like, holy shit, this is one of the best movies ever. And then the sequel is kind of meh. Like, I think this stems from the fact that like some things just... Sometimes it can make more or less sense making a sequel. And for me personally, at this moment, I feel a little bit like this. Right now, I would say that I lean towards this game being the type of game that where a sequel doesn't make as much sense. Lupo, welcome in. Matrix 4, we know, yeah, exactly. Choosing to earn over gain in English implies it's related to money. Wait, what do you mean, Meow Literary? So yeah, with that being said, basically, to summarize it, I wouldn't personally mind making... Like, I think I would enjoy working on a sequel to this game. I just don't know... I just don't really know what I would do with it. Like, right now, there's not, like, a obvious thing of, like, oh yeah, this could be a great sequel. But who knows? Once again, I'm not gonna say that I would never make a sequel. Maybe I come up with a great idea of how to continue this game. But I think if I made a sequel to this game, I think it would be episodic, if that makes sense. Like one of those things where it wouldn't be a continuation of like the story of Shroud of Gloom 1. Like it would be the... Maybe a similar art style, similar gameplay mechanics and so on, but like a separate, like, contained story or something. Like, if I end up doing a sequel to this game, it would probably be more along those lines, I would imagine. Just I think that makes more sense. Like, I could do a continuation of this game, like, narrative-wise and everything, but... I don't know if that would be as good as doing something episodic. I think the reason Metal Gear 2 is so much like Japanese comedy movie is because Kojima never wanted to make a sequel but changed the idea to make it fresh. Ah. Vocabulary. Earn is a money word to many people, but it's regional. Yeah, but I don't know. I think I'm missing the reference. I assume I said earn in something here. But like, I don't know when I said it. I say too much. I chat too much shit, man, to keep track. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't know. I assume I used it in something that felt in a different way. You gained my respect. Which sequel are we discussing? It was, we were discussing like the, I suppose the probability of me making a sequel to this game. Do you watch rally racing? I do not. I watch very little sports in general. I watch like UFC or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu like every once in a while. I don't like follow it in a very dedicated manner, but if I would watch sports, that's probably what you'd find me watching. I never watch like football, hockey, that type of stuff, and not really any motorsports either. Like, you earn a lot by knowing your language. Sounds like you're talking about a career. Wait, did I say you earn a lot by knowing your language? Did I say that? I'm still slightly confused here, but Finland and Sweden host these races. They are insane. Yeah, like, I have seen it. I've even seen it live. But I wouldn't go as far as to say, like, I regularly watch it. But like, I have seen it. Like, I've seen like half a football match as well, but I don't watch football. Do you know what I mean? It's one of them things. What about movies? I don't watch that much movies either, to be honest. Not nowadays, at least. But occasionally it happens. I recently started watching Pluribus, the new show by Vince Gilligan, or whatever his name is. The guy who made Breaking Bad. Ooh, speaking of which, new episode today. But yeah, I think nowadays I just work too much. Like, this is 90% of what I do in my days. I'm gonna snooze this ad, because unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, or rather, Kita. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do need to get out of here. It is getting a little bit late. But some good progress on some unimportant things today. Nah, it's all good, it's all good. It's still something I did want to do, and I do enjoy, like, surprisingly, I enjoy UI work quite a lot. I probably didn't mean to spend this much time on it, but oh well, it happens. I think next time we're gonna maybe have a look at the save system and see if we can actually figure out a way to handle the progress, keeping track of the progress. But I think that will be fairly simple. Let's see, who should we head over to today, ladies and gentlemen? We could go to... You know what, we do have two Nutty Nerds on. I'm actually not even sure if I've had the opportunity to raid them before. So, yeah, I think we're gonna do that. They are two fellow game developers here on Twitch as well, so let's go and say hello to them. Of course, if anyone hasn't, make sure to go and check out the demo. It is out on Steam right now. Appreciate any reviews on the demo, does mean a lot. Of course, make sure to wishlist the game as well. if you want to connect more with the community, of course, join the Discord. And as always, thank you all so much for hanging out today. Always nice to have you guys here. Being able to share this journey with ya. There we go. Yeah, Meowlichery, Lupo, Cheetah. Thank you all for hanging out. IPO, Boomtrout, Muppeteer, Red Cabin. Thanks to all of ya. Also special shout out to Art Shoots for the 11-month resub today. Absolute legend. We also had Pons and Kamarau with the raids. Rivenmain, thank you for hanging out as well. Later peeps, indeed, I will be back on Monday as per usual. So until then, I hope all of you have a great weekend. Let's head over to 2 Nerdy Nerds. Make sure to throw that chirpy raid in the chat. Let's go and represent the community. And yeah, like I said, I'll be back on Monday. So until then, have a great weekend, everyone. And I'll see you next time. Cheers.